Hey, what's going on, everybody? I got TikTok up, YouTube at 4K, Twitch at 1440. We got Kick at 1080p, Rumble at 1080p, and TikTok at 1080p. Hope y'all are doing good today. We'll get started with a character, not really a character, kind of a character. A character we left off. So we'll start with part 2. We'll begin with the end in mind. I do want to try out the new Valsk Island mission. I think TROWE and I are going to try to hop on later today. But in the meantime, I want to go check out the Arctic Temple in DayZ and see if I can't figure out how to go, how to get in there, how to get out, or the Jungle Temple. We'll do one of the two. We'll do one of the two. Because it's super confusing for me. What? We'll see if we can't do it in admin mode. What's up, TROWE? Yo, until you want to play, I was having issues with Discord earlier. I don't know if you were. Oh, you don't work today? Yo, you want to hop on? I wonder why your messages aren't coming up on the stream. Hold on a second. Let me connect again. You want to hop on that new map? There we go. There they are. Or do you want to do some DayZ? Pick up with our DayZ characters. What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood for? I was just thinking, like, I could go. So what I want to do eventually, not necessarily now, is go through DayZ, and I want to go. So there's a new map. Oh, I could play the trailer for it. It's called Valsk Island. And there's no like map for it. So like you can't go online and like see where the wells are. It's pretty raw. But let me try to figure out how to play the trailer real quick. So let me go. It's pretty crazy. It's doing a play test right now. 50 people can be on. I think it's at like 42 right now. Short trailer a month ago. It says private play test. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know that we'd be able to get in if it's a private play test, but it'll be worth, like, he may only have it open to certain people. I think it'll be worth trying. All right, let me figure out how to play this trailer. Just take your daughter to the vet, give me an hour or two. Awesome. So then I might hop on DayZ just to get to know the temples a little bit better, like the Arctic Temple and the Jungle Temple, because it's just really hard for me to navigate those. So I might hop on there for a little bit, and then when you come back, we can try it out. I can go ahead and play the trailer. Figure out how to do that. So if I add source, display capture, $4K. All right, that's that source. And then let me go to OBS. I'm going to go to desktop. Nice. All right, let's check this out. So I should have desktop audio. Where's the desktop audio? Advanced audio properties, desktop audio. Desktop audio is there. I don't know why it's not playing. Hold on. We're almost there. We're almost there. Desktop. What? Alright, that should be up. You have a character, DayZ, right now? I just heard the wolves. No, it's the background. It's my the background reels that play that says stream starting. I got a bear growling. You hear the zombie? That's from on OBS. I got the reel. So if I play this, I don't think I'm going to get audio through OBS. I know, it freaks me out too. Advanced audio properties, desktop audio. I might have to add it as a separate source. Let me do that real quick. Audio input capture. No, it's not audio input capture. Let me remove that. It's like application capture. Application audio capture. And then YouTube. Match title, otherwise find window same type. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me play it. You should hear it. Let me turn the volume up. But let me turn this down. Okay. No, it's not playing. It's not. It might be playing on TikTok, but it's not playing on OBS. I need to get better at like setting all these up. No. It's not going through on OBS for some reason. Application audio capture. Okay. Properties. I don't know. Let me delete that. And add. Maybe do it again. Add existing. Make source visible. Okay. Maybe. Let's do this.
Game.
There it is. Okay, there it is. There it is. It's playing. So you OBS, you got sound now.
told us help was coming. It never came. The world fell apart, and Valsk Island was left behind. The spores spread, the dead changed, and something else arrived. Something that was never meant for this world. The military fought back. Everyone failed. Now people come to Valsk Island searching for answers. Portals. The old world is gone. Only survivors remain. And out here, survival isn't enough.
What? Is this such a good job with that? Did they do it? Yeah, I know.
I want to challenge the strongest guy here.
The strongest guy here.
deadly-
I want to challenge the strongest guy here. All right. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. All right, I'll turn off the I'll just hide the display capture. I know, it looks so fun. But I don't know if the playtest is open to just a certain amount of people, like certain amount of like high profile people, or if it's open to everybody. So we're about to figure out. I don't want to hop on till you come on, so we'll try it together. Because if I start a character, it will have a better chance if we both load the mods and then we X out. And then when we pull it up again, when we hit join, we won't have to download any mods. We'll just join right in and we'll spawn in close to each other. So that'll be like our best bet, is to get the mods and then X out of it. And then we'll both hit join at the join button at the same time. Because there's no map. There's no map to rely on. To rely on where you're going, where the pumps are, where anything is. So we'll probably be dying a lot. Making our own way. Raw survival, I think they call it. Yeah, it's got its own lore. It's got its own storyline. All right. So in the meantime, I think I want to... Where are you? Near a tree. Near a tree with the fence. You remember the bush? No, but that'll be how it goes. It'll be like, yo, you remember that tree at the end of the fence? Yeah, I remember that tree. And then that tree will be that fence tree from then on out. Or remember when I died with that shotgun on that bridge? That'll be like shotgun bridge. That's exactly how it goes. Yep. That one well to the west, we'll call that west well. Yeah. But think about it. If you were just dropped in the middle of a place like that, that's what it would be like. It'd be like, you don't know the name of this thing. You just kind of make it up. Yeah. The tree next to the fence at the end by that house. All right. Let's hop in mine. So I want to go through and try to map out where to go in the jungle temple and the Arctic temple. All right. Game you playing right now? Oh, Deer Isle, DayZ, Deer Isle on admin mode. One, I want to test out if the mod loaded because I had to update the mod. Two, I want to test out if the staffs look. I logged out up on top of this. I logged out up on top of this radio tower. Look at my character. Yeah. Well, I was in God mode, admin mode, checking some stuff out last time I logged out, and I was over here by Kmuck. So if I log back in, I don't want to like log in front of somebody, so I just logged out on top of this radio tower. Good thing my dude's not afraid of heights, because he's at like the highest place you can go. All right, hold on. I got to check OBS real quick. OBS. Don't look down. Yo, for real, dude. Don't look down. Main gameplay, game capture. Ready or not. I need to change this over to DayZ. There we go. Should hop up. There we go. All right. Now let me do full. Full. Oh, come on now. Bear with me, OBS. Okay, there we go. So I need to go here. God mode. So I'll stop dying. I am sick though. And then let's see. What do I want to do first? Jungle Temple? I do have some people on here. Uh-oh. 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 I think I just saved myself. I think I just saved myself from dying. By, like, teleporting. Okay. Let's go... First, let's check on that thing. The, staffs I spawned in. So there was an update that the staffs now have, you can't store the staffs in any tents or barrels because it was just a mod update. Because yo, where did it go? Yo, are you kidding me? They're not here? Oh, that's so interesting to me. So, the staffs right here. I'll show you. Item spawner. If I go to tent fix, yep, I loaded the tent fix. Teleport tools. Enable preview. Here. Spawn item on the ground. There. So this staff, it now, look at the size of it. It's an 11 by 11. So it can't fit inside of any container. So it used to be like 1 by 11. where I could store like 5 of them. But I guess they don't want you doing that anymore. I mean, I own this server. I don't know what the problem is, but whatever. So now it's 11 by 11, so you can't store it. Problem is, to light it has to be on the server for an hour. 3 in my backpack last I was on that rock. Yeah, exactly. So that means you had to leave them here. Well, if you leave them here, they'll despawn, right? If they're just on the ground. So what you have to do is build a flagpole. So pristine on the ground, spawn item. Oops. I don't think I can move it once it's here. There, hold. I guess it doesn't want you to put it over here. Oh, there it is. Okay, it'll let you place it there. Okay, so it'll let you place it right here. Maybe that's what it was. It wasn't on a good place. Okay, so you play... This is a flagpole kit. Right? A flagpole kit you can make with sticks and rope. Because I'm in admin mode, see that little admin button? I can go ahead and build this immediately because I'm in admin mode. So you would have to build a base, which is a log, right? I'm going to go ahead and build the base, just holding F. And now you got to do 6 logs and 32 large stones. You remember when we were chopping away? We were chopping away at that little stone with the little rock pick or the little stone hammer. We got like 1 large stone and it went ruined. You need 32 large stones. So like a pickaxe and the sledgehammer will get the most amount of stones. A pristine pickaxe will get you like 7 or 8, I think. Yeah, that's a lot. So you can only really build a base in a place that's near stones. So then, because I'm in admin mode though, I can just hold F and I build the support. So there's 32 stones in here. Now, once you have the base, you need 3 more logs for the pole, 60 nails, a rope, and a wire for the pole. But I'm going to hold F because I'm in admin mode. Now you got that part of it. Now you need a flag. So I'm going to go ahead and... So you remember how you can like find flags around? And then we cut up some for armbands. Remember that? So all these... I'm going to scroll through the flags. So let's see. There's a green one, a green Chinaris one. You can fly up on there. This is like the Chinaris army, like Red Army. It goes in like the Chinarusian lore. Another faction, a Livonia flag. Oh, thanks for the gifted sub, dude. You're so sweet, hero. You're a unit. Look at that. Yeah, Tiro gifted a sub to some Chinese characters. I don't know who that person is or if they're even real. It may have gone to a bot. But I love you either way. I appreciate it, dude. So this is for Altice flag. Altis flag. Shaharini. This is the DayZ flag, so it just has like the DayZ logo. A Livonia Army flag, just a plain white flag. Some dragon, UEC, pirate flag, cannibal flag, bear, wolf, baby deer, rooster flag, Livonia Police, CMC, Chinaris Mining Corporation. Some of these, here's the bloodsucker from Stalker. Some of these are from Crook. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Crook flag is. It looks like it's on the Molsk, though. Rex is like a dog, I guess. Some of these are new, I've never seen before. Sakal, a Sakal flag. And then here's a Stag flag that they created. And then, I'll show you. I'll spawn it on the ground. And then they realized, well, wait a second. Oh, the galaxy. Oh, galaxies. Thanks, dude. I just still don't know what galaxies are, but you're awesome. Hype up that galaxy. A galaxy is 1,000 diamonds, dude. You're so sweet. So if I were to put this regular flag, Stag flag, remember like the Stag logo, if I were to place this on here, and then I were to look at how it it actually worked. Oh, because that's the mirrored one. Let me swap this out. Stag Industries. See how the letters are backwards on this side? But he created a new one, letters mirrored, that both sides... Oh, wait. I thought both sides were the same. Okay. I don't know what the difference is then. Between Stag and the letters mirrored, if each side... Okay, that's letters mirrored. But on the back, it's still not mirrored. But if I swap this out, on the back side, it's not mirrored. I don't know why he created that one. Maybe just to have another one. But now, once you have a flag on there, you can raise it. Raise the flag. And as long as you have a flag, you'll look at things and you see how there's a little flag next to the item. That's the persistence. So it'll last longer in this area up till I think it's 60 meters just on the ground here because of the flag. So you can drop something on the ground and it'll last a long time and it won't despawn. So you have to do all that to create that to stop your stuff from degrading. Problem is, I don't think it works. So let me set a timer for an hour. Let me spawn in a couple more of these staffs. We'll see if we can't figure this out. Item spawner, staff, skull staff, sun staff, spear, moon staff. There we go. On the ground. Spawn, spawn, spawn. Okay. Now that they've been on the server for an hour, I can then take them to the other temple to go light them. GG is super GG. Is that 300 diamonds? Oh my gosh. And roses? Yo, the hype train has started. Thanks, T-Row. Look at you, dude. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skull staffs. They have to be on the server for an hour. I hope they don't despawn because I created that flagpole. And yeah, we'll come back. We'll light those in the other place. But in the meantime, I want to try to figure out where to go inside this temple. So, when you come in, let me try to find out where you start. I think I can figure that out. This is probably like really messing with y'all's eyes. Say you teleport in. It's going to be like right in here. It's right in here. Like you'll drop down in here. Like here you'll go dink. So this is from the swamp teleport. So if we go to the swamp at night, we'll punch something with our hands, we'll start to bleed. You have to go on the teleport pad bleeding at like once the torches are lit, and they light up at like midnight. So midnight, bleeding, teleport, you'll teleport here, and then you bandage yourself up. So once you're here, let me change this. Controls, keyboard, admin tools. Let's go to spec. I want to change this to E. Okay, apply that. Let's turn the audio, let's music up a little. Okay, so now you're in this room. And I'm not sure if you can get back up that way or not. So I think you go all the way to the back. So what are we going to call this? We're going to call this... Hold on. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. Okay, yeah. And then we go in the back corner. Maybe. This is like one big labyrinth maze. So like maybe this way. Okay, something will spawn there, so loot will spawn there. You can't go that way. You can go up this way to tunnels. Okay, I don't want to go that way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is where you spawn in. So, what's in here? What are we going to call this? We're going to call this water start. Let me write some of this down. So, spawn water start. And it looks like this has a couple chambers. So from here, there's a bunch of loot. I think there is like an underground tunnel. Rocket's going crazy. Can you hear my dog? He's barking at something. One of these, I think you can go like underground. I might be wrong. There's like a hidden underground. Oh, is that it? No, that's the normal way. Nope. All right, so when you start in here, there's a whole bunch of loot in this one big rectangle room. And it looks like there's two ways to go. You can either go straight or you can go up. So this splits. You can go straight or you can go up. Let's go up. Let's see where that goes. Up to the tunnel. Up to the rock tunnel. And you go around here. Down here. Down through here. Are you on the ground level? No way. Oh, you can't go through this. That's a secret. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Hey, T-Ro, have you seen that TikTok or the car dealer? I think it's like Toyota. He's like, all right, let's run this back. So what you're telling me is, and like he'll recap everything. You're unemployed. You got child support. You pay alimony. You got a 200 credit score. Let's just run it back. Let's run it back again. You have 0 down. You want a 1%. And you're trying to get into a Ferrari. Okay. Okay, I hear you. Hey, but just make sure we're on the same page. Let me just run it back again. Okay. You're in foreclosure. Okay. Your last car was repoed. Right? You have a 200 credit score. Okay. Let's just run it back again. Just make sure I'm understanding it. He's so funny, dude. That's how I feel here. It's like, okay, let's run it back. Let's run it back. All right. So from the square, he's so funny. From the square spawn, if you go up here through the tunnel, there's only one way to go. Through the tunnel, there's only one. We've only been one way so far. We'll come to, you can either go, okay, that's it. You can't go left. There's a spawn spot right there. You can go, this will bring you, what are we calling this? Ground floor. So if you go up, it'll bring you to ground floor. And I think all this ground floor, yeah, let's just run it back. Let's just run it back. All right, nothing here in this ground floor. Okay, and another tunnel. Let's just run this back. So the ground floor is the only way to go. And this is the only way to go. We got another spawn, and people could be ratting like little rats throughout all this. And then you come through here. You're going through an arch. Still, this is the only way to go. Let's run it back. Still through the tunnel. Still, no dead ends yet, and no other ways to go than this way. But you see how he's designed the map? Look how he's designed it. See these large stones here? He can always come back later. Look, I'll go behind the map. He can always come back later and make a new labyrinth underneath all this and just connect this later. Isn't that insane? Like his creativity, it's absolutely insane. So later on, these might be open with like a different way to go for a different part of a quest or whatever his heart desires. Right? So both of those don't go anywhere now. Still, this is the only way to go. Let's just run it back. Okay, now we're here. Now we're at our first stairwell going up. Still, it's the only way to go. Now we're going up. Okay, we're going up here. We gotta be careful. We're wiggling up this way. Wiggling up this way. Okay, now it looks like there's another loot spawn. Still, the only way to go. The only way to go. Okay, it looks like there's a break here. Looks like we've got a choice. We can either go straight or up. Let's see what's straight. Ooh, now I think it gets complicated. Okay, so what are we going to call this area? Up. We're going to call this Bone Crush. We're going to go up to the Bone Crush. Because this bones was just crushed. All right, let's run it back. So from the spawn, There's two ways to go. You can either go straight or you can go up. If you go up, you go to a ground floor level, and the only way to go is up those pillars. Yeah, he was very unlucky. He looks how I feel after running Ready or Not for 8 hours on that one mission on hard. He looks how my whole team feels. Now I'm at the Bone Crush level, and we got a couple options. It looks like we can go up, or we can go straight. Okay. So from Bone Crush, we can either go up, or we can go straight. If we go, what do you want to do first? You want to check up? If we go up, we go up this way. We shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. We shimmy around here. We can shimmy all around here. We're on the upper level. A bunch of shimmying. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. All around here. More loot, right? All these pedestals have loot spawns. Shimmy, shimmy all around here. And looks like this is another 4-way. Okay, looks like all this, it's still just shimmying. Oh, with a bunch of mazes. All this is a maze. I think I've already lost my place. Uh-oh, because you can go in one of these, you fall down, blip. And you're starting back here again. Oh, no, I think this is where you start. This is another place you can spawn in. I recognize this. This is another. Oh no, this is where we originally started. So if you make it all that far and you fall, you're back to square one in this labyrinth. All right. So let's run it back. The only way. Oh, this is the secret way. So you can either go straight through here to what we're calling spawn water start. You can go start 2, because there's 2 ways. Spawn water start hidden. So hidden, you can either come to where we are now, or you can go through. You can go through this hidden jungle mat. And if you spawn in the other area, you can come back to this one. So through the hidden path. Ooh. I think this is like the way that most people go. But all up above, right? If somebody hears you, all these levels up above, someone could just look down and shoot you. So once you go hidden, it looks like you got a couple different ways. You got to get out of the water. You can't go through this. Can you go under it? Nope. Can't go under it. Let's run it back. So from hidden, from the spawn, you can come through here. You come to the waterfall room. There's really only one place to go. It's through here. Perfect. All right, now I'm swimming. Now we're swimming. We do a duh. Okay, we hold our breath and then we come up. Only way to go. Only way to go so far. So from hidden, after we swim, and then we got 2 choices. We go up to the right or through the tunnels. So right concrete, left tunnels. All right, let's try left tunnels. Let's run it back. So when we spawn, I'll spawn in one of 2 areas. In the starting location that has the hidden, or that will lead to the starting location that's got 2 ways. You can either go straight or you can go up. You go up to the ground floor, you go up again, you go up to the bone crush, you can go up to a shimmy maze. And we haven't been that way yet. All right. So from hidden, we come here. Let's go rock. All right, so from rock, oh look, a 4-way. Beautiful. Well, it's only a 3-way. You can only go straight or right. So then you come to either straight or right. You can go straight or you can go right. If you go straight, let's see where this goes. Okay. Pretty simple. You got to go under here. And I think this is a dead end. You can't go anywhere from here. You're just cold and wet and probably hungry. Right? Because this is behind where you started before. Where you go up, that's behind there. Ooh, nice dead end. Nice dead end. So then you would come back up through here. Okay, so right. So straight is a dead end. So then we'll go right. Right in the rock. Okay, another left or a right. Straight in the rock, and then we're gonna either go left or right. All right, straight is nothing. So if we go left, oh, I recognize this, I think. To the left, we have one obelisk, one pillar. What's right? Right, we go up. Ooh, we got greenery. Okay, so right, if we go up, this takes us to a big open room. And we have no chance but to go down. All right, so right if we go up, right if we go up, it'll take us to a big open room. And someone can be up along the top here. People can be all up along the top here. And then we have no choice but to hop down. Boom, boom. And then what? Maybe make it over here without falling. But if we fall, we can always get back up this way. And I guess we could always go back this way. Because there's no point of no returns yet. Sometimes he'll do that. He'll say like, hey, after you go past this point, you cannot get back. So I found no point of no returns yet. You can shimmy along here while all these people along here are waiting to rat you out and camp you. So you're coming this way. You're coming this way. Loot's all along here. There's loot all through here. Okay, you can loot all this. It looks like you got a stairwell going up. So that's a way you can leave the big room. Loot all through here. Loot all through here. All this is just fun obelisks for camping. They don't really go anywhere. And you got a stairwell going this way. So you got two options for stairwells. So this is a big room where you got two stairwells. All right, so what's the difference in the stairwells? Okay, one of them actually has stairs. The one straight ahead actually has stairs. The other one's just a ramp. So let's go down the ramp. So if we're at the big... Alright, let's run it back. We spawn in. There's 2 rooms we can spawn, and they're connected. One of the rooms has a branch of different ways we can go. One has a hidden path. If I go the hidden path, I swim under, and I get to a junction. I can only really go right, because straight is a dead end. I go right, and at another 3-way, I go right again to a big room. Big room's got 2 stairwells. One's a ramp, one actually has stairs. Okay, so the ramp, of course. The ramp goes left or right. Okay. So if I go right... Oh my goodness. Look how far down that goes. If I go right, that's a pretty long way down. Oh, this, nope, that's okay. Getting kind of jumbled. Ooh, big room. Okay. What's this way? I'm lost already. See, this is what happens. I get like going. I think this is the way to go to the healing temple. Remember when you were up there shooting at all these zombies over here? Like, that way is how we would get there. Okay. Let's start here and go this way. This is the upper level to that big room. So big room upper level goes to the healing temple. We're calling this big room. Big room upper level goes to the healing temple. So far, this is the only way to go. Ooh. Okay, hug this wall. Clever. So far, it's the only way to go. Big drop down. Don't want to fall down there. Definitely shoot people down there, though. Okay, more. This is the only way to go to the healing temple. Only way to go so far. Okay, this is a point of no return from the healing temple. But that's not how you come here. That's how you can leave. I guess all this you could drop down if you think you're being camped. But how do you arrive? Well, it's not this way. But all this you could drop down if you felt like you were being camped. This is the only way to arrive. Big stairs. Okay, more nonsense here. Okay, I think there's a split here. I can either come up this way or I can go this way. This is a narrow junction. Narrow junction. There's a whole bunch of stuff to go over and under and through that people can be camping you. Keep going through all this. Okay, am I even close to anywhere I recognize? No. More tunnels. I might have to go back. Swim under. I don't need a... Oh, wait a second. Okay, so to go to the healing temple, you have to really go under here and come up here. Okay. And then up these stairs. Up these stairs. Through all this nonsense. This is the nonsense. Because it looks like it's complicated. There's really only one way to go. It's just a lot of jumping and then you get to this junction. This will go to the healing temple. We're running it back. Yep. And keep going. Keep going. Yep, I recognize this. Shimmy around there. Across the big room, upper level, which someone could be just waiting right there. This level, straight down. And if you hop up on here, if they aggro, they can't climb up. And there's temple zombies in here, waiting to massacre you. So like you can hop up on here and they can't climb up. So you can cheese them. But then you go through here to the healing temple. Go around. And you're here. All right, let's run it back. Down the stairs. I guess you could just stay to the right and hide. Follow this path all the way without going through the middle and all that until you get here. Yep. Then you got upper level big room. Shimmy around. Only way to go. Only way to go. Bunch of drop downs, but it's the only way to go. Now you're to the narrow through the nonsense. Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh, I lost it. There we go. Through the nonsense. Down. Down. What's straight? Waterfall. Okay, let's keep this in mind. Because I think these waterfalls do go somewhere. But there's no point of no return right here. I don't think you can climb back up that. Yeah. Oh, look at this shimmy. But that's point of no return. So you can't come in that way. You can only leave that way. Ooh. Okay, so coming down here. Down here. No, I don't want to go this way. I want to go back to the waterfall. Back to the waterfall. Because we're not going the waterfall way. We're going the other way. We're going down here. Down here. Down this way. Hold your breath, which is like a pretty real breath hold. Like, that's a pretty real breath hold. Down through here. Is there any place to stop and catch your breath? Nope. That's you. That's Kevin Phelps level swimmery. Okay, I will recognize this pillar hallway. So pillar hallway connects to vine water. Pillar hallway connects to vine water. And I believe from here on out, it's either point of no return or healing temple. Because look, if I go waterfall way, go up to waterfall, still a bunch of loot. Still a whole bunch of loot. But no other way to go. Except under here. No other way to go. I guess I could go right here. Oh, great. I don't recognize this. Nope, I'm lost already. Oh, wait a second. Oh, this goes to the healing. Ooh, did I find another way? Oh, through this. Okay, so that just is one big loop. Okay, that's good to know. That's just one big loop. Because I'm already on the other side of the swim hallway. Oh no, this is the three-way. Oh, so that's where you come from the three-way. This is a big loop. Through all the nonsense is that way, and then the stairs is this way. And then if we go dead end, yep. Dead end. This takes us back to the waterfall. Okay. From the waterfall. Okay, so from here, it's a big loop. As long as you don't drop down. This is back to the nonsense. Back to the nonsense. Okay, I just did a big loop. Let's run it back. Down the stairs. Down the stairs. Can I go this way? Nope, dead end. I might be able to shimmy through that to get... Oh, wow. I know where I'm at now. Oh, wow. You can't go back up that way, but you sure can leave that way if you shimmy. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay, focus. Dead end. Up those stairs. Goes to the stairs. This goes to the waterfall. Yep, waterfall. Waterfall. Only one way to go. It's this way. Up the stairs. To the nonsense. The nonsense leads us back to this intersection. We just did one big loop. Run it back. Waterfall. Up the stairs. But if we go down the stairs, This will take us home. Because we'll have to swim. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got that area. So temple hallway. Make a new note. No, pillar hallway. So from pillar hallway, we go under, what are we calling this? The grass swim. All right, so under the grass swim. Bloop, 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 bloop. All right, now you're up. Okay. Then go up the stairs. This is the only way to go. Only way to go. Now there's two choices. You either go through the foliage to the waterfall. You can go up the stairs or for the waterfall. Okay. If you go up the stairs, you're going through the nonsense. Up the stairs, you go through the nonsense. And then you get to a tight junction. I'll call that TJ. Get to the tight junction. All right, let's go back. Oops. All right, so from the waterfall, can you go under here? No. Only way to go. Under. All the rest of this gets dumped out at random locations. Oh, look at that. A 60 round 5.56 mag. Yo, check that out. That's the kind of stuff we can find here. This is 60 round 5.56 mag. All right, so now let's see. Okay, focus. So from waterfall, we go right up the stairs. We just keep following it. Waterfall, channel, right, and so waterfall. And we're gonna go the right upstairs. Okay. We go right up the stairs. Now we're back to tight junction. Perfect. Let's run it back. So if we can make it to the pillar hallway, we do the grass swim, we can either go one of two ways. We can go left up the stairs, through the nonsense pillars, and we end up at the tight junction. Or we can go to the waterfall, which has many exits. But if we stay right, the only path of no return is to stay right, go back up the stairs, and take you to the tight junction. From the tight junction, right? From the tight junction, we keep going. Only way to go. Only way to go. Point of no return, look downs all through here. You can go down there, but you ain't coming back that way. Through here? Yup, okay, we're good. All the way to the healing pond. Through here, shimmy around here. Straight across big room, second level. Straight up this tunnel. Up here. Keep going up. And we made it. So then I could follow this around to the left. And then spam cheese them right here because they can't climb up. And then going in the temple. Dude. Okay, I'm glad I learned that section of it. Because I was wondering how to get here. And like how to... Now, I don't know where all the points of no return end up. But I think all this can spawn loot. Oh, I guess if you are up here, bro, that's wild. If you are up here, you can come up here and you're like, hey, you know what? I changed my mind. I want to jump down. Jump down here. Jump down there. Or you can overwatch right here. People coming down there. Boom, boom, boom. That's so crazy. But can you get back up that way? No, this is a point of no return. So then you come down here. And I call this like main hallway. Because this is the main hallway that connects a lot. You could throw somebody your scuba right here after you get the Stag card. You could throw somebody your scuba. Okay, so those are all points of no return. That's cool. All right, let's try to find where we recognize and start over. Damn, you need to customize for console. Damn, you need to customize for console. What you mean, little man? What do you mean? This map, you mean? The Deer Isle map? Yeah. You need to customize for console. You're good. No. This is not my map, bro. This is not my map. Somebody else made this. No, I appreciate this. Somebody else made this, but I'm just trying to figure out where to go. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out, because it's one big labyrinth maze. So I'm trying to figure out, like, when I do play, because this is my server, not my map. It's I host somebody else's map on my server. So that's why I'm in admin mode right now. I have like admin privileges to fly around like this. So I'm just trying to learn it for like when I play. Hey, what's up, J5? What's up, J5? We're doing I'm trying to learn the Deer Isle Temple right now, and then buddy of mine's gonna hop on later and we're gonna try out a new DayZ map. A new DayZ map. Valsk Island. Okay, so this is where you start. When you spawn in, let's run it back. Oh, but little man, you're saying for console, yeah, you can't have custom maps like this for console, unfortunately. And maybe not yet. Certainly, I believe that's going to come. Yeah. I would tend to agree. Not with any personal anecdotes, but just what I know about them. I've heard that they do suck. But so there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With at least with DayZ 2, it's supposed to be like Armor Reforger and be crossplay. So there is hope that with the new that, but the thing is, all these maps are ported over to 1, so I don't know how that's going to work. Like, are we going to have Namalsk still? Like, are we going to have all these custom DayZ maps on DayZ 2 still? Like, I don't know how that's going to work. A lot of empty fields. Yeah, a lot of cheaters too, I hear. And a lot of the high pop officials. Yeah, console is the way to go. Okay. All right, so let's run it back. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. So we're going to spawn in 1 of 2 locations. The first location start has a hidden path, or it goes to another spawn location, and it's got 2 ways to go. So this is one of them, and it's got 2 ways to. This is the hidden location. So you can either go straight through the hidden, or straight, and this will take you to the other room with the 2 paths, or you can go to the hidden. If you go to the hidden, let's run it back. You're going to eventually, this is all dead and loot all through here. It's a dead end. Eventually it'll go to a place where you have to swim. So you go down and up. Still is the only way to go. Once you swim, you're going to come to another junction. You're either going to go straight or right. Straight is a dead end, right? Straight's a dead end. I'll show you. So straight will eventually go, wait a minute. Okay, let's run it back. Let's run it back. No. That's right. Straight will eventually go. Let me do it. No. Let's run it back. I think I wrote down a note wrong. Okay, you can either go straight or right. I didn't think straight was a complete dead end. All right, let's run it back here. Okay, after you swim up, you go to your first junction. And people can shoot you all through here. People can kill you. They can be on the other side and kill you all through here. So first junction. I didn't think this was a complete dead end, but maybe it is. So if I go straight through here, yes, this is a dead end. But what happens if I go right? Oh, that's not a dead end. There's another right here that I haven't explored yet. Yeah, that sucks. Ooh, okay. All right, let's run it back. This is a dead end. This is the first junction. So if I go right here, this will take me to the big room. No, this is big hallway. What are we calling this? What am I calling this? Am I not calling this anything? Oh, I'm getting some IRL thunder. Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. Oh, that's wild. Someone can be like right here and camp you as you come up there. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, that's dirty. That's so dirty. That's so dirty. You hear somebody spawn in, you go right there. Okay, so from here, let me redo that. So from hidden, you swim. Swim. And you either go straight or right. 2 choices. Actually, it's left. Let's call it left or right. You go right, I think it just drops you off on big hallway. Point of no return. Ooh, that's so dirty. Could you imagine somebody waiting up there? Yeah, but if you fall down here, I don't think you can get back up. So this will take you to big hallway. Grand. Maybe we'll call it Grand. Okay, it drops you off right here. To big hallway. The big hall. Or I could call it the Great Hall. All right, point of no return there. So, but if I go back, can I go? What goes this way? Oh, I don't even want to get confused there. Oh, look where I am. I'm back to the big room. But on a point of no return. No way. This is the big room. If you go up the ramp and go left, it's on the back side of that. Okay, that's going to make sense eventually. That's going to make sense. It hasn't clicked yet. The light bulbs have not clicked yet. That's going to make sense eventually. I'll call this the rat ramp. Rat ramp. And the rat ramp goes to the big hall. All right, so back behind the rat ramp. How do you get to the rat ramp? Well, you get to the rat ramp. From the big room. From the big room. You go left to the rat ramp. Right, big room, go right. Oh, great. I don't know where that goes. Big room goes right. Here's another junction. You can either go left or right. You go left down the cave. Okay, this is easy. You can still come this way. Ooh. Waterfall. Water. Okay. Waterfall going to the spawn area. Waterfall going down to the spawn area. I'll call this creek. Creek. So from the okay. So big room going right goes to the creek. Creek going right goes back down to spawn. The big spawn room. The spawn room with two ways, right? One of the spawn room ways goes back to the hidden. All right, let's try to do this loop. Through here, swim under. Going around. Left goes to the rat ramp. Wait, or is it right? Right goes to the rat ramp. Right goes to the rat ramp. From the rat ramp, we are at big hallway. Or this goes to the big room. Don't go left there. No. 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 Nope. Run it back. So if I go right, I go to the rat ramp. If I go back to the rat ramp and I go right. So but from the rat ramp, I can go straight too. Right goes to the big room. With stairwell ramp and just that flat ramp, smooth ramp. So smooth ramp will go to the rat ramp to the big hall, and I go down there and I can go right. So this will be after I swim, I could go left. Okay, after I swim, I go left. And I have another junction. I can either go straight or right. Straight or right. If I go straight, I think this is the dead end. Yep, straight's a dead end. Straight's a dead end. So if I go right, we're going to do another junction. Where I can either go left or right. If I go left or right. If I go left, it goes to the pillar. Oh, I recognize this. I recognize this. Left to the pillar. Okay, what happens if I go right? If I go right, I'm outside. I'm into the big room. Right goes to the big room. Cool. That's easy. That's easy. Now if I go pillar, what am I going to call this? I recognize this room. Do I call this zigzag? Zigzag. The pillar goes to zigzag. Okay. Once I'm at zigzag, I can go left or right. Right goes up. All right, it's been an hour. Stairs goes down. Left goes down. Okay, so if right goes up. Ooh. These are long hallways. Okay, I don't want to get lost. But I do want to go light those staves. Ready to go light those staves? I wonder if I can, how I'm going to take them. I think I need to take a hammer. I could leave my gun. I wonder if that Stag backpack lets me put one on the backpack itself. It's like this one, the army backpack. Oops. I spawned two. It does. Okay, so I can have 3. I'm gonna light 3 and then I'm gonna come back. Cool. Actually, I wonder if I can light it without doing the door. Maybe. Okay. We're here. There's one. There's 2. There's 3. I'm freezing to death. Look at my boy. All right, the things you have to do. So I should be able to just leave these on the ground here. All right, now let me go over here. There's one. There's 2. There's 3. All right. Yeah, let's go back. I don't have to open the door to catch the flame. We'll see if it works. So we'll see if they despawn. I'm also thinking that maybe I want to like move them off the map somewhere. Not off the map, but like, how do I explain this? So see how they're pluming? They only plume when they're near another. Is that Stag Island? I think that's called Stag Island. They only plume when they're near another player. So maybe I like create a platform out here in the corner. And I put them in there. Or you know what? This probably won't work. But what if I went like down here somewhere? Oh, there's water. There's not water in all of it. There's only water in some of it. What if I went like down here? It would still aggro the plume. Let's see. Nobody would have it in in-game though, right? Nobody would have... Oh, they would have a staff in in-game. Okay, never mind. Maybe... like a rock? Like a rock. I could make it up here. But still, if anybody had one, they would plume. You'd see it way over here. I wonder what that random... I wonder what these trees are doing down there. Even over here, it's, with these other assets, I could probably just get them as far away as possible. I can test it. What are these walls doing here? That's so weird. Or maybe the walls like signify something in his building. Or maybe they just went down a level instead of being up. Because no one would ever see these walls. So maybe he just misplaced a couple of them down lower instead of up high. I don't think anyone would ever make their way over here. So what are we talking about, really? It's not even that far from where I am now. Maybe put them like right here. It'll be as far away as I possibly can. Without being, and I don't even think that technically this is the outside of the map. That's just where he stopped building. I mean, maybe. See how it's like. So if I bring ESP tools. Oh, hold on. Let me do the flag first. ESP tools. Toggle. Okay, let's go get it. There. Flagpole. And then I want to bring it over here. Maybe like bring to the crosshair. ESP tools. Bring. No. What's that? What's this button? Previous location? No. Okay. Okay, let's do this. ESP tools. Bring. Yes. Okay. Flagpole's here. Now. At least it won't plume. Oh, you can't select these. Okay, now you can. ESP tools. I want to select all these. Unselect this. I want to go back over here. And then ESP tools. Bring all these. Okay. See if that worked. Nope. Do they not want to be brought in? Do they go away? Okay, I mean, that's 500 meters. They shouldn't plume. It's pretty far away. I mean, they plume because of each other. But if I now bring one back, say, over here. It should not. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. So it's far enough away from that it won't at least plume here. Oh my gosh, Temple Madness. Nope, it doesn't plume as far as being over here. What about down there? Uh-oh, I think I'm pluming. Yep. Okay, 300 meters. You'll plume because of those. $400 meters. Jeez. Can't go that way. Oh. Oh, look, it's at 400 meters. At 400 meters, it starts pluming. Maybe a little bit longer. Okay, not anymore. $415. Okay. Yeah, I would just say 400 meters. 'Cause that's only to the flagpole. There might be a little delay, I guess. So it stops pluming when you're 415. Nope. All right, sounds good, Hero. All right, so it's pluming at 417 meters. And it stops at 420. You're 420 meters away, it stops. I'm sure there's a delay. Oh, there we go. And at 420, it goes away. And it changes. The flame changes color. So right now, the flame is like a bright orange and red. When I get within 420 meters, watch, it'll change. Yep. And now that means there's a staff within 400 meters. That's pretty neat. Okay, well, learn what that means. But at least you won't be able to see it. I wonder if I put them on backpacks, if it'll stay. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. If I put them on backpacks and then drop it, and drop it, and then drop it, the persistence might stay because of the flagpole. That's a good idea. All right. Let's see if I can. Stag diving tank? What? Does it have? Tell me it has storage. Dry bag, flippers, snorkel. How many dry bags can it take? Item spawner. It'd be cool if it could take 2 stag dry bags. I don't even know if stag dry bag is a thing. Yeah, it is. And then flippers. Mat, snorkel. No way. Stag dry bags can't go on there. Okay. What's the benefit of the stag dry bag? It's 56. What's a normal dry bag? 42. Item spawner. Oh, it can take 2. Wow. The stag diving tank can take 2 dry bags. It can't take the stag dry bags. But it can fit 2 42 dry bags. That's sick. I wonder if it'll let you put stuff in them and out of them. Nope. It won't let. Okay, so that's still bugged. Well, I mean, that's cool. Where do you find a stag diving tank? How do I look for a favorite? What does this do? That's a favorites. XML setup. I don't know what that does. Presets. Civilian car, black camo, AKM. That's cool. Gonna spawn a black sedan. Nice. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, that'll fit. Okay. We'll see if those stay. We will see. But I wonder if I can put it on the backpack and then put the backpack in here. Oh my gosh, you guys. Can I put that on the backpack and then put the backpack in here? Maybe I just bring the large tent. Okay, so I'll keep that. Let's try to bring it over here. And I'll try to keep the staffs on the backpack, put the backpack in the tent. Where'd the car go? Ah! Car left. I guess it's like an admin car where if you leave it the persistence is really low. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go to ESP. Bring this first. It didn't do it. Okay, let's try. It might not let you because it's got something on it. Oh, it doesn't let you. It doesn't let you because it has something on it. Oh well. At least we know. We'll do a test with that. It'd be cool if they lit up though, right? Okay. I think I'm all set. We go back to the temple, but it's nighttime. Unless I change the day. There's only 3 clocks. I wonder how to get the Namalsk clock or watches in here. That'd be neat to have everybody spawn with. Alright, it's nighttime. Seeing in the temple is not going to be fun. So I think I just wait this out. We'll try again. Alright, I'm gonna use the washroom. I'll be right back. All right. We're back. I wonder how long I would wait to check that again. To check the spawn of the staff. Oh, did that not have gamma for you guys? Okay, that's a little bit better. I can't... if that didn't, I'm sorry. That sucks. Alright. What do we do? We got a couple minutes for TROWE hops on. I could go just keep mapping out the temple. Yeah, night doesn't last very long. Night doesn't last very long. So top in, let's see if the thing still spawned, or if they went away because of, I don't know, a mechanic I'm not thinking about. And then we'll just keep mapping out the jungle temple. Oh, nice. Okay, so it's still nighttime. It's going fast, though. It's going fast. Adam over on TikTok says, I wish people played more maps in Chinarus. Yeah, no kidding, dude. I wonder why your message didn't show up. Hold on, let me check something. Oh, That's weird. Oh. Oh, bunch of gifted subs. Oh my gosh, Tiro, you're crazy. I'm just now seeing these. I didn't see them before. Gifted sub to Chinese. Gifted sub to Kelme. Mr. Killer John. TRD5. El Barro. Fire Tribe TV. Argle Not. Dude, you're crazy. Human Testament. Hermetic 33. F4B 87. Dude. Yeah, I was behind on the messages, dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you for all those. What is that? 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gifted subs. You're crazy, dude. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. I just saw the one. I don't. I gotta get better at that. It didn't like auto scroll. It stopped scrolling for some reason on the feed, so I couldn't see it. And for whatever reason, that doesn't come across on the TikTok. Let me check. No, it sure doesn't. That's wild. Why that doesn't? Weird. Let me change this around. There. A little bit better. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. We got a couple minutes. We'll keep mapping out. We'll keep mapping out Jungle Temple. In the meantime, all right. From the hidden platform, let's run it back. We're going to swim, and then we're either going left or right after the swim. If we go right, it goes to the rat ramp. The rat ramp goes to the big hall. If we go behind the rat ramp and go straight, I don't know where that goes, but going right goes to the big room. The big room will go back around to the swim. Because the swim, if I go left, to when I swim and I go right, and then right again, I go to the big room. That was probably a terrible explanation. And then, let's see, left, and then left goes to the pillar. Pillar goes to zigzag. And zigzag, I either go left, down, or right, up. So, yeah. Was that me being sick? Or is that Temple Madness? Only other thing I wanted to see is if pristine, a pristine shirt or pants can be repaired. Stag, or no, a ruined stag can be repaired in the fountain. So I can check that at night. Let's go check that. Yo, what is that? What? What in the world? What's lit right there? Oh, it's a Satan zombie. No way. Oh. Is that it? What's on his back? A DMR? Or an SK? I like that backpack though. You want to kill him and see what he has? I don't know that I have any guns. I don't even know if I have any guns to kill him. Yo, this stuff won't do it. I just want to see what he has. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is he serious? Can he really come up all these? Nope, can't come with this one. $20-round JMC prototype. Where's the optic? I don't think I had inventory space for it, so it didn't spawn it. Sweet. Sweet. 20-round mag. Oh, it ruined it. It ruined the bag. Why? Why did it ruin the bag? How do you have to kill it without ruining the bag? I thought those were all headshots. I don't know how in the world you would deal with one of these. Ruined. It had an SK though. But can I take the ruined to the temple to repair it? Ooh, we're about to test. Why did that ruin the backpack though? Let's see if it repairs it. Let's see if it repair a ruined backpack. I'm getting temple madness. I'm hearing voices. Voices in my head. I should time it. I've been here like a couple minutes. This is for science. For science! Can the healing pool repair a ruined stag backpack? How do you kill one of these guys in the wild? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Like, what would you do? I mean, you hit them like that, they're gonna... It got ruined. Let's see how long it'll take. My backpack's already pristine. Maybe my cargo pants to go from badly damaged to damaged. I got ruined peaches. I ruined my peaches. And will I see the change on the mouse? That's what I... The running simulator, aka the waiting simulator. Oh, no way. Oh, it's ruined. It just turned cold. I was like, it turned my peaches? Okay, so it went to damaged. Will this change when the icon, when the condition changes? Or do I have to mouse back and back over it? Nope, it won't. I should see the condition change. That's short. That's like 2 minutes. Christine. All right. Peaches. I could look up dinner. I could look up dinner plans right now. Oh, what's for dinner? Friday, cheat day. Maybe, Yeah, sorry about that. I was on the phone with car repair, so my car's in the shop, and it's good to go. So yeah, I was just talking to the mechanic. Apologize about that. They close at 5, so it looks like it's not going to repair the Stag backpack. It looks like it's not going to repair the Stag backpack because I've been holding it for a minute. I did hear like it takes like 30 minutes though. So maybe I mean this is for science, right? Maybe we just hold it here for a little bit longer. See if it repairs. It would be really neat if it did repair it and you just had to wait for like 20 minutes. But you can't type in Twitch chat for some reason? Really? Hold on a second. You can't type in Twitch chat. Let's see. No, I'm not muted. Can you hear me? MVRZM? On, I might still be muted on, you know what? I might still be muted on TikTok. Test, 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 test. Is that a little bit better? I might have been muted on TikTok. Same. Okay. You got me? Let me see what's wrong with Twitch. Let's see. Social Stream Ninja. TikTok signed in. Twitch signed in. I should be good. Try to send a Twitch chat. Yeah, that was my bad. I just took a call real quick. It's interesting because I don't see messages. I see one viewer, but no Twitch messages since TROWE gifted the subs. And then, okay, good deal. All right, let's go back. Let me tab back so that it doesn't crash. The DayZ has a tendency to crash. Still ruined. I'll wait a couple minutes. I got patience. This is for science. This is for science. I want to see if the pool will fix a ruined stag item. I heard that it will at like the 20-minute mark. I don't think I'm going to last that long because it's pretty boring. But we're going to do it for science. In the meantime, what's for dinner? What's for dinner, MV? It's the cheat day, so let's see. Maybe just the usual. There's a debate I want to watch tonight. Let's see what time that debate is. Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. Hosted by PBD. I might stream that live though. That would be fun to like do a react. Is it not even up yet? It already happened. I thought it was later. I thought it was tonight, 6 hours ago. So it was at noon. Oh, I'm gonna watch this tonight. It's what, 4 hours long? Oh, I thought it was later tonight. Was there a poll on X? Maybe my connection is bad. I'll stay here for a while. You might, My, you mean for Twitch? Okay, let me refresh this. I have one viewer on Twitch. It may have reset. That'd be really weird though. Audio's working. Let's see. Stream. I'm streaming at 8,000K, 7,500K. I don't know, man. But you said YouTube's okay then? Let me refresh it. 2 viewers. Should be all right. Let me send a call to action. See if you see this. So that'll be out to Twitch. I can pin this. Alright, I don't think it's gonna repair. I just have a sneaky suspicion. This is pretty sweet though, right? The black 20 round mag prototype. YouTube is fine. You know, I was having an issue with Discord earlier, like Discord updating. Probably has nothing to do with Twitch though. I think this is one of the rewarded items from Endgame, like in the Endgame crate. The black prototype with the 20 round mag and the matching scope. So sweet. So sweet. Let me check X, and I'll check X and see if PBD put a poll up. X, formerly known as Twitter. Ian Carroll says, Andrew Wilson's finest moments will be remembered as the time that a woman made him look like a retard 7 times over in front of millions of people. Wow, I guess the fans are divided. All right, 20 minutes, maybe a little bit less because we repaired the pants. Still ruined. My ruined peaches. Still ruined. What's up, J5? We're testing out. So this pond right here, it repairs whatever's in your hand to pristine. We're testing out if it will repair a ruined item. I heard that it would. but we're testing it out. This is for science. And I'm seeing what X is saying about the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. And then, okay, so, all right, here's who the people are getting behind. This is crazy. What a time to be alive, boys. Am I right? What a time to be alive. All right, Ian Carroll. Andrew Wilson's finest moments will be remembered as the time that a woman made him look like a retard 7 times over in front of millions of people. Asmongold. Candace Owens is a retard, and anyone who takes her seriously is retarded. Her role in contributing to the collective misdirection away from existential threat of terrorist leftists should not be forgotten. What do? Do we like one, and that's the vote? And like, what is, there's not a poll. How do you? Yeah, I'm over on YouTube, bro. J5, but it's not the camera and the chat, so you won't be able to see chat from all the other streams. Here on TikTok is the only one that has the camera, and you can see chat from all the other streams combined into one. Because what I want to do is keep it like super immersive for those other platforms. Like I don't run a HUD, I don't do a camera, I don't do chat. I just keep it like you're there doing that on that journey and like really immersed in it. Does that make sense? And then if you want to see my smug, sweating face, you can always pull up the tiki-talkie. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we're on TikTok on 4K. We are on Twitch on 1440. We're on Rumble on 1080 and Kick on 1080. But I only really, so I'll do like shorts on YouTube. I don't think this is gonna repair you guys. It's been maybe about 20 minutes. Maybe we'll wait a couple more minutes as I look at my dinner plans. And I gotta be honest, I kind of want to do like a big calzone and just feast and then watch this. All these Candace fans. Candace is dog walking Andrew. Annihilated. Andrew didn't even know what Tyler Robinson was charged with. Graham Allen. Candace is a grifter. She lost this debate hands down. You really don't know a lot of DayZ? Oh, okay. Well, bro, I've got streams of streams on my past lives of DayZ. DayZ is... would you explain it in one sentence? Everybody can play and probably does play and enjoy DayZ differently. So the way one person enjoys DayZ is not necessarily the right way. I think I'll start off by saying that. So you might see like my perspective on it, but the way that somebody else enjoys it might be completely different, right? So in that regard, I think that's a good starting statement. In that regard, think about it like a sandbox. So you've got these big open world maps, 40 players, 60 players, 120 players, 20 players that can all play the game differently. Some people can team up and go on a quest together, go on an adventure. Some people can just look to make other people's lives miserable. Kind of like Rust, yes, very much like Rust. The base building is a little bit different than Rust. It's like, but the base building is not about what this is about. It's kind of like an added bonus. Like, it's like the side of fries to your Big Mac. Base building is like the side of fries. You're here for the Big Mac. Side of fries is nice. I feel like Rust base building is like, it's a part of the meal. It's like you're getting the two hamburgers. The two double cheeseburger meal. Yeah, I think it goes hand in hand. A lot of servers, like my server, a lot of servers, they say it's adventure only, and they won't have base building at all. They'll say, hey, no base building, because you get a lot of toxicity with base building. You get a lot of cheating. So a lot of servers, you just want to hear. It all depends. I could go build, do an adventure and raid some bases. But if I want to go on an adventure, like for my streaming enjoyment and just meeting other people and doing questing, we're not going to spend time building a base, right? We're not going to like get the supplies to do all that. But then there's PvP where you go and you can, servers are set up where you can fight each other and you can, carve each other's bones out and cook the bodies over the fire. Or it's PvE where they have rules against that and you're just going up against the environment, right? Just the zombies or just the questing that you're doing. So it's a big sandbox where the server owners can change the missions and really customize them and mod them a lot of different ways. There's a good infographic out there, and it kind of explains DayZ in a nutshell. Like, if you were to start out and say, you can either have an official experience or a community experience. So start the split with official or community. So an official experience would be the developers run and own servers. There's no admins. They're up to, it's vanilla. It's your most vanilla basic experience. So they have hundreds of servers, all around the world, different regions on 3 main maps: Chernarus, Livonia, and Sakal. The 4th map is being released soon. Community, opposed to official, it's like me. I'm a part of the community. Other community server owners host those 3 maps and probably like 24 other maps out there that the community has made with the community rules around the DayZ framework. So some people mirror the official maps, vanilla, everything set up the same. You get the authentic experience as official, but just on a community server. So then it splits out and says, okay, I have community. Do I have it for... do I provide people a vanilla experience? Like, a hoe is gonna spawn in farm loot areas. A gun is gonna spawn in police or army spawn areas, right? Or do I boost it? Say maybe I give people M4s on the beach. Maybe I give fresh spawns the access to the high tier loot. A server owner can customize the loot however they want. Personally, I run community servers with as vanilla as possible. So the timeline, you can make a day last 5 minutes. You can make nighttime last, 24 hours if you wanted. So I run a community server with as vanilla of an experience as possible. Some small quality of life mods, but for the most part, I try to keep it original to like how the developer intended it. For Deer Isle, all the loot, it's what you're gonna find in his loot files from GitHub. The day and night cycles, it's set up, the config is set up how he wants it configured. Like, I could go in, I could make helicopters spawn everywhere. I could give you could have people have starting gear. There's a couple people, some people have DayZ servers that are, you could just go, you can log on, and it's like a test track. You can just, they just have a bunch of cars and helicopters and airplanes. You just learn how to fly, flight school. You learn how to fly, you learn how to drive. I really don't think that this is going to get repaired. There's DayZ servers where people have like death matches. So you spawn in, you can pick a starting class, right? Sniper, assaulter, SMG, random, explosive, and you just, if it's a free for all in a small map, a smaller area. But then some of these maps are massive, like would take you all day to run to the other side. Not only are you running, you got to survive, right? You got to manage your hydration, your food, your temperature, your blood loss, disease, other zombies, other players, right? And at any given moment, it can all end, and it's permadeath. When you die, you start back over with nothing. You, even if you have a base, like you would just start back over without anything. So it's really high stakes, permadeath. There are some mods that say, like, you know, when you die, maybe you spawn back in like a sleeping bag that you have. Like you can kind of modify a lot of that stuff. That gets too crazy for me. Yeah, I don't think this backpack is gonna be fixed. Let's see if the peaches will be. I don't know that the peaches will be. I could see if the clock is. It'd be cool if that clock got fixed. So now I'm on my own community server for a map called Deer Isle. Oh, it did fix it. Look, it fixed the clock. And I'm just testing things out on it. So I'm the admin, like God mode, you know, you can fly around. Now that it's daytime, I'm probably going to go. What I'm doing now, I'll show you. There's an area of the temple that I was mapping out the course because I really don't know how to go. So now that I'm in God mode, like I can fly around the whole map, and I can essentially control everything. I want to kind of like map out how to navigate this. And that's what a lot of the people on my server do. On my way to the vet, check back later. Oh, I think he sent that a long time ago. Tiro, you sent that a long time ago, right? I just now got that message on TikTok. Interesting. A lot of people, because this is a lower population, the server hosting that I pay for, you pay by the amount of slots of people that can join. So this is a low population. Only 20 people can play this at one time. I'll show you the map though, J5. Here's the entire map. So like you would spawn down here. Oh, server reset. Yeah, server reset. And then so with 20 people, what a lot of people do is they'll like learn at a low stakes, and then they'll go back on the higher pop servers to practice their runs, practice the different phases of it, practice, you know, they'll practice here and then they'll actually do like a higher stakes, higher population server. So then every 4, 6, 12, 8 hours, server specific, the server will reset. And yeah, in a couple of minutes, people can join back in and keep going. The reset like cleans up a lot of stuff. I think that's the best way to put it. Candace is dog walking Andrew this morning with facts. Andrew is out of his depth and in over his head. He might start visibly sweating any minute now. It's so hard to believe. Who to believe? I think I have to watch it myself. No, ready or not? TikTok. Not tonight. I'm taking a break. T-Rose coming back from the vet right now, and me and him are gonna hop on this new DayZ map. I'm in my map right now, just in admin mode, planning out some stuff. But we're gonna try this new DayZ map. That's, I don't even know if we can because it's being play tested. I don't know if we're like, you have to be whitelisted or not, but we're gonna try it out and play together. But if not, we might hop on another Deer Isle server. We have 2 characters, set up, and it's called Valsk Island, VALSK. I think I'm saying that right. Valsk Island. There's no map for it out yet. So like you can't really look up like where the well is, where the zones are. And I've seen some streamers start it, but I haven't like paid attention to where they're going and what they're doing. I want it to be like a fresh experience. But then again, it could be whitelisted to only certain people, so I don't even know if we'll be able to get on. All right, what's for dinner though? That's the big question. What's for dinner? I think I'm gonna do like a calzone. Pizza's really hard to eat, but at least with a calzone, that'll force me to get like a fork and knife. Or do I just keep it the same? I have to go cook though. I want to watch this Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate though. I don't know if I'm going to stream. It's 4 hours long. I don't know if I'm going to stream it and react or watch it offline. All right, what's on DoorDash? Let's see if DoorDash has any sales. Any BOGOs on DoorDash? Oh, I did Chinese last time. Let me think about it. I still got some time. Who do you like, Candace or Wilson? I think I like each for different reasons. That's why I'm like really interested to see the debate. I don't think it's like an either or overall, because everybody's flawed, right? TikTok, like everybody has blind spots. We just have to, even I have blind spots. We have to just come in with the foundation that everybody has blind spots. So then I want to be looking at it for who presents the best argument. You know what I mean? Like objectively, it doesn't ad hom, right? Keeps logical consistency based on facts. I think I would say like who would present the best argument. I don't get into like the personal stuff. Like I'm sure I have like personal anecdotes but at the end of the day, that doesn't really interest me, because they're very successful in their own right with their own thing. Like I'm not dunking on any of them. I think it would be like who is able to articulate and be as logically consistent as possible and present their argument in a compelling way. You prefer Candace? People don't like her. She went crazy, people say. I mean, everybody's got blind spots, you know? And I'm not even going to say like some of that isn't maybe people's interpretation because they like their own person, right? If anybody who is on an opposite side of her, like I also TikTok, I have a presupposition that says like our battle isn't against each other, right? Our battle is not against each other. It's not a Candace versus Andrew. It's not left versus right. It's not Democrat and Republican. It's against evil. It's against what does Jesus say? The principalities of darkness. Our battle is not against flesh and blood. So each of them would have the propensity to say and do bad things. So I would rather focus on what are they saying and doing that is bad, because everybody has a propensity to have a blind spot and be evil. So I don't think it's like this person against that person. I think it's within each person, where are the logical consistencies and where are the red flags? Be like, hey, that's inconsistent with how you live. Like I know you say, but that's inconsistent. Like that's more interesting to me. Does that make sense? I know that was probably a big ramble, but that's kind of how I see it. But I mean, in terms of entertainer, listen, both of them are entertaining. That both of them are very successful. That's wonderful for them. I disagree with Andrew on some stuff. I disagree with Candace on some stuff. Like that's, I just look for who, and here's the other thing is that I'm smart enough to know that I don't know everything, and I might have my mind change. If one of them can have compelling, logically consistent evidence for one, I leave it open that anybody can change my mind. Anybody can change my mind. You don't like Trump anymore? He lied and flipped everything, completely sad. Yeah. I mean, everybody's, yeah, I know. Everybody's got, you know, and then you got to think like nobody's going to be perfect, right? And then you got to say, if someone were to be like, all right, let me outline this for you. If you were to have a politician, and if you knew that you knew, metaphysically, transcendentally, right? If you knew TikTok, if you knew that person was going to be 100% completely honest, okay? If you knew that person was going to be 100% completely honest, because truth matters to you, right? If he lied, I agree with you. Truth matters. If you knew that you knew that this politician or whatever was completely honest, but with that came, he truthfully was, let's say, I don't know, pick another subject that you're passionate about. Let's say he was completely honest in everything he said and he did, but, well, okay, so now that I'm even framing that doesn't even really make sense, because I believe, right, Scripture outlines, it's very clear that Jesus is the way, the truth. So the only thing that is 100% completely would be Christ, the second person of the Trinity. So I think that's a bad analogy. Let's do another one. Let's do another. I mean, I might get kicked off TikTok for this. Let's just go this thought experiment. So let's do abortion. Let's pick a side that says like, and I'm going to flip it around the other side. Let's say you have a politician that is like, hey, I'm going to give you access up until birth, abortion, anybody, anywhere, free reign, free access. I'm going to give you what you want. We'll give the constituents, I wouldn't say the majority, give the constituents what they want. Abortion for anybody. Anybody can kill their kid whenever they want at any given time. Let's just go through the thought experiment. There'd be a lot of people who'd be like, yes, that's what I want. Women's rights, whatever, right? Got it. 100% up until term, even after term. It could be like 2 weeks after the baby's born. Maybe you can kill. Let's just say the most pro-abortion candidate out there, they gave it to you. Would you be willing to take that for like, let's say like 40% fraud? Let's say like the background, the deep state, the spending of everything else in the government. Let's say there's like 50% of our tax dollars, the spending went to fraud, right? Government contracts, defense contracts. Let's say like every deal that was made, you had Jimmy on the side skimming the fraud off the top, lining the pockets of, right, people that didn't deserve it. It's unjust. Would you be willing to take that extreme position for just a little bit of fraud? You know what I mean? That like, so when it comes down to like honesty, when it comes down to truthfulness, when it comes down to people's position, it's like, now flip it around. Say there was a candidate that was like completely anti-abortion, or would you be willing to say, yeah, I'm completely anti? But what if that came at the cost of like fraud in other areas that they were turning a blind eye to? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, so to think on those levels, it's very difficult for me to kind of make that judgment call, but I mean, maybe a bad example, because when it comes to the life of individual human beings with their own DNA, people have the right, if they were great or have the gotcha. No, that's probably the most common position that I hear, and yeah, that's probably the most common. But can I try? I'm going to try to address this in TikTok friendly terms, because I love talking about this stuff. It's just I don't know if the platform will love it necessarily, but I at the risk of my 2 viewers being having to find a different stream, let's address the death part of it. So I think categorically what I hear, and that's very, very common, the grape and the death from it, is, so imagine, right, there's a windy road, you're driving a car, windy road, the tires slip, right, the car goes off the embankment, right, car goes off the embankment, and it's an emergency, right, rescue operation, right, it's not, you didn't go according to plan, you tried everything you could to have it go according to plan, you put your seatbelt on, you had airbags, but by golly, still something happened, you went off the embankment, and now you have to do what you can to save life. You know what I mean? Like, you have to do what you can to save life. Maximal life saving is the goal, right? As I think we would agree with that, I would say. So like, if you were, paramedics, you pull up, fire department pulls up, and they say, what happened here? And they go to pull people out of the car, right? They pull people out of the car, and it's like, well, I can only take one. It's falling. I can only take one. Maximal life preservation. I think if you can grab two, grab two. If you can only grab one because of how it is, maximal life preservation, right? But what we're talking about is categorically different than that. I think we would both agree that in the case that the mother is in danger of her life, in physical danger of her life, up to 19 weeks, 20 weeks, absolutely. I think there's justification to say at that point it's a rescue operation. It's not a mother going and saying, I miss my birth control. I've got a car payment. I want to win an Oscar one day or a Grammy. I got big things. I want to kill my kid. It's not that, right? It's a tragedy. It's a travesty. I didn't want this to happen, and there's no way that this baby can continue to develop. We monitor both. We care for them both. And if there is a point where a doctor has to decide between the life of the mother, categorically, it's different. You know what I mean? It's not that. It's not taking the life with malice and forethought. So I think what we're, when they know for a fact, they will, if they go through. No, I hear you. I 100% hear you. Yeah, and I think it would be the same. But at 20 weeks, right? If you're monitoring, and if at 20 weeks, they're monitoring, because you'll be monitoring closely, and the doctor says, you know what, the baby, it's in this location, maybe it's ectopic, and you know what, if it gets any bigger, then there is no choice at this point. Then it's not it's a tragedy, right? Maximal life preservation, it's a tragedy. That is not what we're talking about when we talk about 99.999999999% of the cases. At 20 weeks, you can have a C-section. I know lots of women, because I actually passionate about this big part of ministry I'm a part of. A lot of women who have delivered at 21, 22, 20 weeks, you just deliver, right? You just have the baby through C-section, keep it in the hospital, take it out of the mother. Mother won't have to actually physically deliver, and then we just maximally do what you can to save the life of that child. So that's on the death part. So, right, 20 weeks, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. But think about TikTok. That's really not what's happening now. What's happening now is people are getting tests done and says, my child has Down syndrome and I want a perfect baby. So I'm going to kill this one and I'm just going to have another one. That's really not what's happening nowadays. What's happening nowadays is saying, hey, I wanted a girl. I wanted a girl and I found out I had a boy. So I'm going to kill that one and I'm going to try again for another one. That's what's happening now. Baby was there was a big tragedy that wanted to take the life of a child because they had a cleft palate. This couple had a surrogacy and they said, well, we wanted you to through the surrogate mother to end the life of the child because they was developing with a cleft palate. Like that's what we're seeing nowadays. We're not seeing these rescue operations. I think we can agree on the rescue operation-ness of human life. And then in terms of the grape, you know, I have this presupposition that would say those that commit the grape, right? Let's start off with there, that they deserve the death penalty, right? The father of that child, I mean, what happened to that mother is absolutely terrible, horrible, should never have happened. What does justice look like, right? To bring justice to that situation, right? Punishment for the father, 100%. Punishment for the father, have him be held accountable, right? Biblically, to do that to a woman, God places such a value on women that the penalty for that is death. That father deserves to die for doing that to that mother, for doing to her what ought not be done, for taking advantage of her, for violating her in that way, right? But what do we say? What does society? Society says, no. That's you would. What do you mean? You would kill the father? How? Yeah. That they would be brought up on charges, found guilty, and then justice would be executed. We have to ask, what does justice look like for the child, right? Because the child exists. A living, unique, individual, developing human being with its own DNA already exists. Now the question is, what does justice look like? How do we rectify that? Do we take the life of the child to bring justice for the father's crimes? It's like, well, no, that wouldn't really make any sense, right? That's kind of now. Would you have a mother that says, hey, I absolutely don't want to raise this child because it might remind me, listen, I got it. It might, every day I could look at, I got it. However, what we're talking about is the life of another living human being. And I also believe in a redemptive nature of Christ, and that he can change your heart to not hate your child, but actually see your child as an image bearer of God, regardless of the circumstances that brought him or her about. So I think that would be my logically coherent response to that in the graping situation. Understanding full well that it should never have happened, that and even so, that's also 0.00 Florida statistics, it was 0.0013% are saying it's due to that. So listen, I'll even give you that. Let's say that legislation was such that says, okay, life of the mother, not mentally, I can't mentally afford it because I've got a Mercedes car payment. I'm not talking about the mental, I'm talking about the true legitimate health where we can't deliver. If it's before the term of delivery, a decision has to be made. It's a tragic decision. There's mourning. There's it's not with malice and forethought, right? I'll give you that. And then I'll say, okay, in the 0.00013% that it is due to grape. Let's just write legislation for that. Okay? Nobody would sign on to a TikTok. Nobody would even sign on to that because they'd be like, well, that's not what we're talking about. You would not get anybody supporting that on the left. Nobody would. Anybody would. Because that's not what the argument's about, right? So even if like a conservative were to say, listen, I'll just grant you that case. I'll grant you those cases. Extreme life of the mother, and nobody would ever sign legislation for that. They want it unfettered. Virginia said, hey, even after the child's born, we would deliver the child, and then there would be a conversation with the mother and the doctor. What do you want to do? Cases, and I'm in this world, I'm getting the information. Cases are all over the place that say, you know, these babies are born alive, right? Babies are born alive, and then a botched abortion, and then they're taken after delivery. So the question really comes down to, ultimately the question is there value, is there intrinsic value in being a human being, right? It's not a different species. It's not a dolphin. It's a living human being. How do we value human life, right? How are we gonna value human life? I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. Some people think, nope, it's okay. Some people think they should be able to kill conservatives. Some people see people that they don't like. Charlie Kirk, how do you value human life, right? We were just talking about this with Candace and Andrew Wilson. How do you value human life? Do you think human life is something that you ought to be able to, you know, put a bullet in somebody's neck that you disagree with what they're saying? Well, that's wrong, right? I have such an intrinsic value on human life that I would say that is objectively wrong. And categorically, I'm just being consistent. You know, I have to look at the preborn with the same human value as me. They are not more or less, preborn human beings are not even more or less valuable than I am, right? Size, level of dependence, development, environment, right? The size that they are, I'm 6'7". How big I am makes no determination on the value that I have, right? How small somebody is no human valuation on what they're worth. Level of development, right? How developed somebody is, right? What do they say? The brain doesn't stop developing like the last 99% until they're 25. People develop throughout their entire life. How developed somebody is doesn't determine their value or worth or the dignity or the respect that they're due. The degree of dependence, some people will say, well, you know, hey, they're just dependent on the mother. Well, sure. Listen. My 7-year-old is dependent on me. What do you think would happen if I just stopped having my 7-year-old being dependent on me? She would die. Like, she is completely dependent on me, right? My family's dependent on me. And when I'm old, I'm going to be dependent on them. So dependency doesn't really determine the value of another human being's life. And then the environment that they're in. Some people will say, well, you know, where the human being is located inside the mother, located outside, the environment that they're in ought not determine their value, right? You take us and you put us in another environment, outer space. That would be you. If you could transport somebody to outer space without proper life support intentionally, knowing that they couldn't survive there, that would be murder. That would be murder. If you could put somebody now, transport them to the bottom of the ocean without proper life support, knowing that they couldn't survive, that would be murder. Like, so the environment that we're in, that doesn't really hold any logically consistent water, right? So I've gone through all of the arguments, and if we truly value, so from the moment of conception, if it is a unique individual living human being, then we ought have the same regard for that human being as any other human being. Now, if you want to say, well, then from that moment, dad should pay child support, well, listen, we could talk about that. That's actually a really good idea. I mean, if you have a mother and a father, and from that moment on, they're recognized in terms of like tax breaks and child support and government assistance care because they're considered, that's a discussion, right? That's a discussion. So I'm in the ministry, and put a lot of coherent thought to this and an unemotional thought, and that's pretty much the position that I've come down to. There's no excuse to look at another human being and saying, based on how big you are, how dependent you are, the environment you're in, or how developed you are not worthy of life for this reason, right? You're not worthy of life for this reason. So that's my spiel on equal rights for all humans. All right, so now that it's daytime, let's go back to the temple. Let's try to map this out a little bit better. I should probably turn on God mode so I don't, like, get pneumonia. God mode on, and I'll just heal myself. Thanks for asking, though, TikTok. I love, I with Grace, I love talking about, you know, these are the challenging things that, I mean, it's so challenging that TikTok might ban me for it. But I do love engaging, you know, with people on the important things, right? If we're talking about human life and human atrocities that have happened through history and how we regard each other as human beings and the value and dignity and worth that we ascribe to each other, these are some of the most important things that we could talk about. You won't ban me? Thanks, dude. Thank you. Yeah, you speak for all of TikTok. I got you. All right, so let me try to remember where we were. So see how I'm in God mode now? Like I can zoom all around the map. Okay, I'll go back to the beginning and I'll try to get us back to where we started. Da-dum-dum-dum. But yeah, I mean, in terms of lying, yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. I wish, even within myself, I wish I could hold myself to as high truthfulness standard as I hold other people to. Can I be honest with you in that? I wish at least within myself, I can hold myself to as high of a truthfulness standard as I try to hold other people to. But the truth is that all have fallen short and everybody has blind spots and everybody's lied, you know? So, and I'm not justifying it. I'm saying I hear you. I 100% hear. All right, so this is the room you could spawn in. And then this is the room you could spawn in. So we're calling this spawn start hidden. Spawn start hidden. There's a hidden green thing here that you can go through. There's a hidden green thing. When I go through this, I'm going to swim and I'm going to have a chance to go left or right. Swim through here, come up, and then I'm going to have a chance to go left and right. All right. From here, right is going to go to the rat ramp. Straight's going to go to the big hall. So right's going to go to the rat ramp. This is the reason I call it the rat ramp. Is because if you come up this ramp, look behind you. You can be right up here the whole time, just sitting there waiting like a rat. So right goes to the rat ramp and then the big hall. I'm calling this the big hall. And then left will go to... So from the right, the rat ramp, right goes to the big room. We're calling this the big room. Big room has two ramps, a smooth ramp and a stair ramp. The smooth ramp goes up to the rat ramp. From here going left, I have not mapped this out yet. So if I go to the rat ramp, I don't go to the big room and I go left or straight, I guess, as it were. Where is this going to take me? It takes me to the... It takes me to an... Okay, so from the rat ramp, I go left. Straight, another junction. And then I can go left or straight. Left will go down to more loot, down to the creek. Left is gonna go... I already did this. Left is gonna go down to the creek. was right. Okay, or straight. Why did I say straight went to the creek? Whereas straight... Oh, wow. I didn't know I'd be in this room. I think this is a pretty important room, because if I go down here, this is where the spawning start room. Where you would start out in spawning. However, second floor, what am I going to call this? Okay, this is the third floor of going to the healing pond. So this is the second floor. This is the second floor. This goes to the second floor of the spawn. What are we calling this? It's like a big 3-story atrium. I like the atrium. Atrium, second floor atrium. Okay, second floor atrium. So from the second floor atrium, let me find out where I was. Because I think if you come down here, you can't go back up. This is a one-way trip. One-way ticket. Oh. I think I know where this is. Okay. Okay, is this where I came? Yes, rat ramp. Okay. Let's run it back. Rat ramp. Behind the rat ramp. I go right to the big room. Or I go left. And then left again to the creek. Let me erase this. Let me erase this part. All right. Now, let's see. Where did this go? Left goes down to the creek. Okay. I don't want to get confused. Creek is another mix-up. But if I go straight here, this is the atrium second floor. Okay, so from atrium second floor, I can't go up that way. I can go down that way. Or I can go this way. Oh, man. Okay, so atrium second floor. Should I get a compass out? Should I look at a compass? So if I do atrium second floor. This one comes from the rat ramp. Right is a one-way. Left is an option. And then straight is an option. Okay, so left and straight are both options. Now, which way do we want to go here? Which way do we want to try first? Let's go left. So we're running down here. Oh! Okay, so if I go left, I'm coming to another junction. And now my options are left or straight. So if I go left... Oh, this is the creek! This is creek upper level. Creek upper. Okay, that's good news. You know, if I go straight... Hey man, did you ever add me on Ready or Not? I haven't looked. I don't know how to add people on Ready or Not. I have not done it because I don't know how. I haven't played around with it. I think I got your name in the... Did you put it in the Discord? But no, I haven't added anybody. I don't know how, really. No, sorry. So this has a empty floor. Yeah, no, I haven't done it yet. My apologies. I haven't even, after last night, I didn't, I just logged. I don't know how that works though with the friends part and the connections. So no. Would I show up if I did as yours, or would it like request? I don't even know how it works. Would it send you a request as soon as I do it? Okay, straight, and then here's a hidden floor. And then it goes right. So I need to be careful. I think you just showed up on mine. Oh, perfect. Yeah, add me to yours and I'll see what it says. If it sends me a notification. I haven't added anybody, actually. I don't know how that system works. Alright, so if I do end up going right here, there's another brother. Another hidden floor. Okay. Now I can either go send me your gamer tag in the Discord when you get a chance. What's a gamer tag? What do you mean? I don't even know what my gamer tag is on that game. I don't know if I ever selected one. You mean like Steam? I don't know. I don't know what I'm even named in there. I don't know that I even selected one. I just hit single player. Would it be through Steam? My Steam name? Because that's where I bought it from. Or is it like a separate friend system? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm just ignorant. I don't know how it works. Maybe Steam. I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. We'll get it figured out. We'll try it. How did you set up your name? When I click multiplayer, I may have not even done that yet. I might still have to set that up. Because I haven't even clicked on the multiplayer button yet. Alright, so if I go right here, that's a false wall. So right's a dead end. If I go left here, I have another drop down. Oh, it's PS5. Oh, it's your dang gamer tag? I got you. So if I go left, it's another... It might be my Steam name then. You know, if it's tied to my Steam account for PC. And then left is a dead end. And then straight is another drop down. Okay, I'll turn my paper. It probably is my Steam name. And it's OHZ, Oz, OHZ, capital O, capital H, capital Z, OfficeHourZ, OHZ, Oz. See if that works. If not, I think I can change my Steam name, so I don't know that that would always be that. You can try that. Okay, so now left again is end, and straight is end. So if I go right, another junction, but at least it's not a flat floor or an open floor. Hi, Sochi. Okay, so if I go left here, it's an end. And if I go right here, it's a dip down, but it's not a false floor. And this should go back to this one. It does. Okay. Pretty simple so far. Okay, so I'm here. And right connects. Now, amaze. Yes, this is, I'll go up and then I gotta go straight back down so I don't lose my place. This is Deer Isle. So I'm in the middle of plotting out like where to go inside this labyrinth. And I'm at a this is amazing. I'm at an amazing section. Just trying to like map out. And then when TROWE gets on, we're going to it's probably OHZ on Steam. It's probably OHZ on Steam. I don't think I've ever spelled OfficeHourZ out on Steam. I could be wrong though. Or my Steam ID. I don't know if it would go to my Steam ID. Okay, so if I'm here, it would be nice to do this on graph paper. I might wait and do this part on graph paper. I think that'll be more fulfilling for me. I think this is the way you exit. Yeah, here's... Oh! Is that a false floor? It sure as nuts is. 2 false floors. Oh, that's a big one. Uh-huh. That's so funny. Creek up, false floor. And another false floor. Steam is Florence Nighthawk. Alright. Wow. Okay. That's 2 false floors. Okay, so now I'm at the creek top. Going down. This is... I'm gonna do a big loop right here. See? I just did a big loop. So these are all connected. If I go left here, and then left here, I'm at the creek top. So this is one big circle. Yep. Okay. I think now instead of going left here, I go straight to go to the maze. Left goes to the creek top. All right, let me go back and go straight at the atrium 2nd floor. Ooh, that's long. All right. Okay, long hallway. And then very long hallway. And I have another node where I can go left or continue straight down the long hallway. If I go left, what are we calling this? We're calling this... What are we calling this? It's a play on 2 names, famous nurse, other of a stealth bomber. Nice. Nighthawk? Nighthawk, like the F-117? And famous nurse, Florence Nightingale? And the stealth bomber F-117. I'm cultured. No, I'm not at all. So if I go left there, what am I calling this? Because this is there's a lot of ins and outs from this. So I'm gonna call this Pillar Stack. Pillar Stack. Oh my gosh. Look how complicated all this is. There's just a lot of Pillar Hall. The Pillar Hall. Pillar Hall. 2nd floor. Okay, we'll figure that out later. If I go straight here... Ooh. I'm out. Oh, no, no, no. I think I can go left. I don't know if I can jump up there, though. So I can go all the way out here. I can go left or straight outside. If I'm outside... Oh, no, look. Dead end. I don't know if sometimes a brick will spawn here. So he's got mechanics built into this that on certain resets, certain pathways are open and certain are closed. So like on some resets, I don't know if this might be an optional. I'll do this. OP. I'll call that optional. I think that's going to be an optional way. Sometimes I can go that way, sometimes I can't. I think that's how it works. But if I go left here... Okay, I guess I can go left again. Where's this go? Okay, loot. And then I go right. Loot. Okay, this should connect back out here. Okay, that's easy. That's an easy little... That's an easy little maze. Almost home? Dude, I hope the vet appointment went all right. My wife heard my plan for taking care of the dog if anything ever happened. And she immediately said that we're going to pay for pet insurance. I won't let you do that to him. So yeah, we got insurance. Pet insurance, which like tripled this year. So fellas, if you're down to just take care of business, should business call, don't tell your wife about it. She'll make you get pet insurance. All right. Keep going down. Okay, so then there's another one. Another left. Where does this go? Oh, is that open? Oh, this is... Okay, all these are open. I just didn't see that. This is open too. I'm running out of space to draw this. You know what? I could probably map this out in like an architecture software. Not architecture like building, but like software architecture program. And just connect nodes to each other. And I could probably do it a lot more efficiently than this. All right. I'm at least getting used to it. Okay, so this is a dead end. And I can only go left. Free CAD? No, exactly. Like a CAD software. Not for like building architecture, but more for like systems architectures. Like system software, like intangible architectures. Like if you have two disparate systems that tie together through like a process, maybe, like architecting out that process. We do that at work a lot. All right. So like Cameo, something like that. Let's see. Well, if you hate your wallet, Autodesk Inventor. Yeah. You know what? Now that I think I could probably do it in like, does Microsoft still have in Visio? I think I could do it in Visio. I don't know. Microsoft ended its life for Publisher, but I think I could still. I don't know if they still have Visio. That would be a good one. Oh boy. Okay. So at the end of this hallway, this is an important one. Because this is an important stack. All I know is that this stack is an important one. I remember this tablet from before. Like going up these tabs, these thick tablets, This is like a main tablet zigzag. I think I would call it that. Sochi, you're going to be like, all I'm going to be able to think about now is what this would look like, not on my scratch piece. You want to see my scratch piece of paper, guys? That's what I'm doing. Look how sloppy that is. I need to do a better job. I need to like actually map this out. I know. I need to actually map it out though. Because it's crazy. Look at... Oh yeah, there's booby traps. There's booby traps. There's booty traps. You know what the worst booby trap is, Sochi? It's the rat. It's the rat that spawned in and is just going to come and camp in here and just wait in this corner right here. And they're going to wait. They're going to wait right here with their shotgun. And they're going to hear your footsteps. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. They're going to hear your footsteps. This slish slosh, slish slosh, slish slosh. You know what? You may have spent weeks grinding your character. Weeks grinding your character. And you go pitter patter, slish slosh up that ramp. And you go do 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 do. Boom. Back to the beach. Back to the beach, boys. Booby traps are in the terms of like the hidden floors. I think I've showed you some of the hidden floors where there'll be foliage across the floor and you can fall through to your death. There's no like active booby traps. Does that make sense? Other than other players. Other players are the most dangerous active booby. But you can be going, and we haven't made it there, fellas, but there are false floors. It'll look exactly like this. And there'll be nothing there and you can fall through it. You only know by trial and error. There are some places like that on the map. We're not there yet, but there are. Okay. So okay, that goes back outside. I'm calling this pillar zigzag. Okay, this goes to pillar zigzag. Okay, all this is connected. I think I can map this out with craft paper. Needs more booby straps. Booby straps, that's right. Okay, so this will go to pillar zigzag. This will go back to this main hallway. Okay, yep, main hallway. All this is connected. This goes back to my optional path. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Zach, J5, you're on too. But think about it. While you're trying to explore this, you're dying of hunger. You're dying of thirst. You're getting damage on your shoes. Like, once you come here, you got to figure it out on your own with your living character. And if you die, it's stakes could not be higher. You're done. You start over. So I'm trying to take like a methodological, a method to my madness, a methodologically approach. So this will go to zigzag tablets, second floor, whereas this will go to, okay, all this is the same. All this connects, except this branches off. Look how dangerous this is. So you have to hop, right? You got to hop, hop, hop. Careful, careful, don't die, don't fall. You fall this distance, you're dead. You can't, oh, it's enraging, dude. You fall that distance on that concrete, you're dead. If you fall in the water, you'll live. And that's a plus. If you do at least fall in the water, you'll live. Okay, so this would be like hop, hop. Okay, hop, hop goes to the pillar hallway. Remember the pillar hallway? Second floor. Hop, hop goes to the pillar hallway, second floor. And we're right above this. So if we hop, hop, look, see this? You're walking along here, and then Didn't notice this false floor. See that false floor? Didn't notice it. Crunch. You break your leg. You break your leg. Now what are you gonna do? You got a broken leg. Yeah. There. You're gonna be like that guy. Smile. What do you think? What do you think? What do you got to say? How did you end up there? So then if you hop over there and continue this way, typically the more risky ways have more of a reward at the end. Oh, look, this goes back to the maze. That's amazing. Okay, this is the maze that I'm going to map out with graph paper. And it goes this way. Okay. All right. I think I'm clear on that. I'm clear on all that connecting. Okay, we're at tablets. We're at the top of the tablet zigzag. Okay, now if I don't go to the tablet zigzag, now I go this way. Dead end. Oh, and it's really dark in here too. It's not as light as this. What are we calling this room? This is an important room. This is like one of the main big rooms. See how big this room is? This is one of the main big rooms. With this main stairwell. Grand staircase. Look at how complicated this is. All right, man. Thanks, Zach. Have a good night, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Hope you learned. All right. This goes to, what are we calling this? What are we calling this godforsaken room? I don't even know what to call it. Zigzag chamber? The grand sacrifice altar? No, there's another sacrifice altar on the map, Sochi. We gotta save that name. We gotta save that name. There's another place that that's already called that, actually. Ooh. Okay, see these four things, guys? These four things will light up flames. Remember when I said that there's optional paths? So everything we've been doing in the map, everything we've been doing, some areas can be blocked off, and you got to go to, you can never count on the same way being open each time you come here. You'll know which ones are open by which ones of these have flames above them. So if like one flame above this one, that means a certain pathway is open and other pathways are closed. If it's this one, so it's like a code. So if two are flame, I don't know if more than one can flame at a time, but it'll encode which ones are available to go and which ones are not. So back behind this, looks like that's a one-way drop. No, what are we gonna call this? Flame chamber. I'm gonna call this flame chamber because it's right behind the flame. Right? It's right behind the flame. I think flame chambers are good. And this is the main, I think I call this Dirty Hall. Dirty Hall. Flame chambers on the right. No, because this is where the flames are. So I'm going to call it flame. Torture? There's another torture. This whole thing is torture. Flame chamber. So from up top, this is really the only way to go. Oh, you're in Discord? Okay. Let me go back. All right, let me log right here. All right, I'm gonna log. Sweet. All right, now let's download. Here, let me pull up Discord. Discord was giving me some issues earlier. I need to download the... Is it really going to give me issues again? Yeah, my Discord isn't working. I might need to uninstall it or reinstall. Let me pull it up on my Mac. No, I see you in there. You don't have too long? Oh, really? What do you want to do then? Oh, 3 hours? That's good. That's plenty of time. I think I need to uninstall Discord and install it back again. Or I just have multiple instances up. Here, I just force quit it. I'll try to open it again. Yeah, 3 hours is fine. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you're in voice chat. Nice. You use Linux? Yeah. So I wouldn't know what to do with Linux. I can't even spell it. All right, so let me go into voice chat. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. How's your? Was it your? What did you go to the vet for? Your anaconda? Your your anaconda swallow a deer? Dog? Oh, shots. Gotcha, gotcha. All right. Let me I kind of wanna let me send you the server name. Yeah, I'm gonna send you the name. I'm like thinking through. Yeah, why not? I don't know. I think so. I want to try. You know, I don't know that it is white that it will be whitelisted, but we can try. Um Oh, there's an 11 queue. 50 players with an 11 queue right now. Do you want to wait? It's super popular, I guess. Okay. Let's see. I think there's also one. What's too big? Okay. Which one? Namalsk? Deer Isle? Where you were in the military? We can do that one. What's the queue? Oh, wow. There's so many people. I mean, it's Friday night. Listen, I'll do anything. We can do official. We can okay. Yeah, yeah. Let me remember which one that was. Got it. I see 48. Oh, let me refresh. 48 out of 80. No, let me just refresh. Let me refresh. 68 out of 80. Oh my gosh, dude. All right. All right. Let me order food real quick before we lock in. Let me order food. I'm gonna pipe you through to stream.
Was having trouble trying to get back into this the other day. It wouldn't.
Oh, really? You let it do it automatically? It'll do it automatically. So if you have trouble, you just show me like what error you're getting, but it should do it automatically. You shouldn't have to worry about anything. All right, let me pull up food real quick. And then what happens? Did it work? I think I'm gonna do flippers. I think I'm gonna do a calzone. I've been jonesing for a calzone for so long. So I'll be. Remember where you logged out AFK? I'll be right there. I didn't move from that spot, on the other side of that hill. Did you go to the mine? That's where you killed those guys. You are near the mine? I can make my way to you if you don't want to come back to me. But we'll probably want to go get that military camp to get me some loot too. That's it? Is it just, but when you killed those guys, they didn't have anything? No way, you just killed 2 guys with axes? No way, dude, you executed them. They were loggers. Chopping down trees, and you came around with a revolver and executed them. All right, build your own calzone. It is KOS. Ricotta mozzarella. Let's see. Pepper. I don't need. I could do meatball. Italian sausage. Bum 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 bum. Roasted jalapeno. Oh, come on now. Roasted jalapeno for sure. Oh, my mouth's watering for this. It already has mozzarella, Italian sausage, meatball, and what, ham? I don't need pepperoni because that's weird inside a calzone. Like, it's thin. All right. And then, ooh, I need some sweets too. Today's my cheat day, so if my insulin's going up, I'm making it go up. They've got... Ooh. What about... My 2-year-old figured out, she'll be 3 in December, that she can scream really loud, high pitch. So I'll just hear her when she's excited, when she found her voice. She hadn't screamed up until like a couple months ago, but now it's like when I hear her, I'm just it's so funny. Found her voice. Okay, I want the bacon honey buns or honey. Oh, you found ammo for the revolver? Or hot honey buns. Hand-rolled dough, cinnamon glaze, smoked all-natural bacon. I'll do hot honey. That sounds so good. I want to try to catch a little debate tonight. I'm wondering if I want to stream it or just watch it off stream. 16-piece wing. Nah, I don't need wings. Wings are so expensive nowadays. Like, yeah, wings used to be like on the cheaper side. All right, on its way. Oh, nice. My timer's freaking out. There we go. All right, arriving 7:30. Let's do it. All right, logging in. 68 people on out of 80. Sochi, you want me to stream it? I could stream it. I'll stream it. I'll be feeding my face with calzone and hot honey rolls. But yeah, I can stream it. Oh, is it? I don't know.
Streaming like the eating food aspect.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, got your little backpack too, if you don't already have one.
I think I may have one. If I don't
30
die.
minutes, server will.
How many minutes?
Oh, server will respawn or reset. I'm sorry.
And how many minutes?
30 minutes.
Oh, 30? Okay.
Never mind. That's an airdrop. I was reading too fast.
Oh, I gotta update mods. Okay, so I'm gonna exit. I'm gonna go to mods. And then they should update automatically.
Matches. Oh man, we are getting juicy now. I don't think anyone's been here.
Now remember, it's not our loot. It's just we're just holding it until the person after us. Keep that in mind. All right. Hop back in. Sochi says, fajitas for dinner. Fajitas are really good. Are you going out for fajitas? What do you see?
I see like the mountain I believe you're gonna be on. So I'm gonna be facing it, making sure that.
Or if you just chill there as like Overwatch, I can make it. I'll make it to that military. Are you overlooking that little town?
I am like, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I need to update these mods apparently.
Mm. Oh wow, I need to drink water.
There's a well. There's a well at the camping tents. Make sure you have eyes revive up. There's a well at the camping tents to your south, to the left of the town, like below that town. But be careful. I'd maybe overwatch it for a minute.
Okay, I need to look at this up. I survive. Not our map. What map is this? Deer Eye?
Deer Isle.
Yeah. Mine.
All right, let's see if it loaded. Okay.
I can't find or see where the well is.
So it's in the middle of all the green tents. It's a little like teal almost. It's like a little teal circle. You can also change the filters to just show things like the well, military. I wonder what those two loggers thought. See you rolling up with the revolver and just... You didn't want them to be cutting down trees. I guess that's...
Well, they were just looting everything ahead of me.
Yeah, that's true. But how did they get that? Maybe they just spawned and swam over really quick?
That's what I was thinking, because they didn't look like that geared. And they didn't have that much stuff on them. Like, it looks like they just got here.
Because they could have died doing something else. Like, they could have already been juiced before and died, and they're just trying to make it back to do the quest again. Like, you never know people's story, like where they're coming from. It could be their first time. They could be like the Chads of the server, just getting back to their stash. All right, I'm loading in now.
Ooh, gun cleaning kit. Score.
That's nice.
So
that's nice because most of the stuff you find is broken. No, okay, so I have a backpack. I got a wet backpack, men's suit jacket, wet damaged shoes, sharpened stick, and a fishing rod. And a bunch of fish if you need food. Let me just check real quick before... See if anybody's swimming over.
Okay, I'm at the front of it right now. Can you walk me through it? Where this is? Because it's not popping.
The front of what?
The mines. Before, if you're on I Survive, I'm at the shield, it looks like.
Okay, so go west along the yellow road. So go left, west along the yellow road. And you see there's a little gray dirt road that branches off to the left?
Yes.
It's in the middle of that. So there's a bunch of tents there. It's in the middle of that.
Just over there. I didn't even see it.
I'm
passing
looking.
The military tent.
I see you.
What?
I see you. Are you in the middle of the road?
Yes.
I see you.
How do you see me?
Because I'm really good at this game.
You're heading.
I know. Just keep going down that road and go left. If I can see you, other people can see you. Maybe get off the road. Go to your left. Are you just standing in the middle of the road?
No, no, not anymore.
But then that must be a zombie.
I'm in like these lab areas now.
Lab areas.
I just kept going down the road. Now I'm in like a gravel.
Okay. Okay, so you were at the shield, you said? Come back to the
Yes.
shield. Go back to the shield. I'm looking at the shield right now, up on the mountain. Go back to the shield. Like lab, almost like portable, square, medical laboratory modules.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, go back to the shield. And follow that way back to the west.
That's what that's where I just went.
All right, how else could I do this? If I had something to shoot, what about, what if I give you the coordinates of the well? So you can put your mouse on iSurvive on 10,496, 2,400. I see a bunch of zombies over there that you spawned in. See, this is how I would know that you were there, because I could scope this out and I could see. $10,000, like 500 almost. 10,400 and 2,400.
I'm on this main road. If you can
Oh, I see you. I see you. I see you. Okay, keep going. Keep going straight. I see you being attacked by a zombie.
Yeah.
You just kill him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, keep going.
Keep going down to you.
Yeah. Keep going straight down that road. You might not be able to see me, but I'm up on a mountain overlooking you. Yeah, you'll see the stream playback later. You'll see how tiny you are and all the blood that splattered from the zombie. Yeah, stay to the left. No, don't go right. Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Oh, this town. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the
Okay,
left.
yeah.
Now go to the left. Around, there's a dirt road. I'm coming down the hill.
Said dirt road.
I need to turn my volume up. I need the footsteps like banging in my head. Because that's the only way that you get a situational awareness on somebody, is being able to hear them before they hear you.
Yeah.
Now I'm coming up that mountain, and then I'll be coming down the mountain back behind the well. You should be coming down the road. So I'll be coming
I'm at the well.
All right, I'll be coming from the northwest mountain.
Okay.
I'm peeking it right now.
It's a good hunter's jacket.
Yeah, there's juicy loot in there.
Water.
Do you need food? I've got all that fish we cooked up, remember?
Oh, yes, we need food. Yes. Thank God.
All right, I'm coming down the hill. All right, I'm back behind with the westernmost cabin. I see you. I see you at the well. Did you already loot all this?
Get this juicy loot. No, I didn't loot all of it. No, I just checked the building.
I'll
on
drop
your
this.
right.
Did you clear it all, or
Yeah, I cleared. I just didn't loot anything.
I'll give you some of that fish.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Hunter's
Okay,
pants.
I'm gonna drop this loot in here for you. In a secure cabin.
Yep, following you.
Pristine hunter's jacket in here.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh, that is nice.
Here is this. And where'd it go?
Suit women, a soaked women's suit jacket. Thanks. Oh, sweet. 45.
And it has
Oh,
a bag
nice,
in there as
nice
well.
backpack. We'll need that backpack. This is called the tomato.
Got your- This face mask. This little stash teddy bear. Ready to rock.
Yeah, face mask does provide a little bit of damage protection. I'm gonna put the other clothes in the purple backpack, and I'm gonna stash it somewhere. Oh, and the 45? No way. What are you
We are
rocking? You have the you have the
57.
nice. How much ammo do you have for it?
8 rounds.
Awesome.
We're good. We're good. Check these other. Ooh, sharpening stone as
Yes,
well.
perfect.
Very nice.
Perfect.
If you see any clothes anywhere, let me know. Because I
Okay.
need to make some rags.
Oh, I do. I have 2 clothes right here. Men's suit jacket, women's suit jacket, both good in this purple backpack.
Oh, you're not gonna wear these, right?
No, no, no. I already have. I've already got clothes. Where? What are you wearing? Oh, look at that helmet, dude. That's so funny.
Yeah.
All right. So you got red backpack. I'm just so I don't. Oh, you got a press vest on too. That's so good.
Yeah.
Here, make rags out of that. I'm gonna stash this somewhere.
Oh, here,
So-
check this out. I got this as well for you.
Camo? What can you do with that? It's
Put
a
it on.
poncho? Oh, no way. Yeah, instead of a
Yeah.
backpack? That's crazy. If you just want to like hide, I guess.
I'll hold on to it. I got a huge backpack.
That's nuts. All right, I'm gonna ditch this back in the trees.
Let's sharpen stuff.
Here's a Warren Hunter jacket. I don't know. Do you still need clothes?
Nah, I'm alright.
All right, I'm gonna put it by the well.
Good.
What about this fish fillet that's by the
Oh,
well?
I didn't even grab it. Yeah, let me grab that.
Here's 9mm, box of 9mm. I'm surprised no zombies have spawned in here, but because you spawned in those other ones, it might just be delayed over here until those despawn.
You can eat with this helmet on.
Nice.
So I know some of them you have to take off. This one you can eat.
Alright, I think I got them all.
I did not loot the mines that crazily. I just looted like the outside of it.
Yeah, I've never loot
5
inside. I don't know what inside is like. So we can skip that and go to the military, or we can just explore it.
Let's go to the military. Go get us
Yeah.
some weapons instead of these pistols. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get some more water and then I'll be good to go.
Yeah, so when we're eventually going to cross over, we'll swim past the mine, and then we'll make our way to the military.
Did you loot all the cabins already?
I think so. You can check. Have you heard any gunshots over here yet?
No, not at all.
Really? Wonder where everybody is. They're probably rushing the swamp to get NBC. Alright, I'm full. Badly damaged hunter pants.
I don't have a sewing kit.
It's alright, we'll find duct tape or something later.
Shit. Yeah, I don't have one. I do have chlorine tablets, and
Oh,
I do
nice.
have 38 vitamins.
That's awesome. Alright, so let's go to this truck over here. Oh, this door's closed. Did I close it? Let me check this one. The door's closed. That's weird. Okay. Let's go to this truck and up this hill. And we're gonna go down. See how slow we're going? It's because our footwear is not good enough for this type of incline. If we have any of the mountain boots or the Stag boots, we'll be
Oh, we
able
can
to.
glide over
Yeah, exactly. So it's like we just. Well, I mean, I need better shoes anyway. Eventually, we'll go back down on the other side to the left. We'll follow the water around, and then we'll cross. He aggroed on you.
Come get some. Oh, he's on you. Not
Alright. Down the hill. So we're going to that island over there. Yeah, we should find boots. We should find like SMGs, maybe SKs. We should do really good at this military if we make it there.
Look at that island over there. That looks very tropical.
That is, there's a well there. There's a bunch of, probably people's stashes over there. A well, housing, village tier 3 village. Look up the hill. Always be like peeking over your shoulder with the free look with alt. To the left. And I'm gonna cross here. And when we get safe, you may want to check your keybinds to see what are your keybinds for swimming underwater, like swimming down and swimming up. I have mine tied to my lean left and lean right. So like lean left to swim down, lean right will swim up. But you just may want to check that because I think the default is like numpad 2 and numpad 8.
Wait, let me just check real quick.
Because if you were being shot at, you could always swim down for a little bit.
I gotta figure that out.
Yeah. It'll be in the config of the options menu.
Where'd you go?
I'm at the there's a little hut camp picnic table to the right once you come on shore. I'm just wringing my stuff out. As soon as you come on shore, to your right.
I'm down a ways.
Are you at the apartments, big apartment building?
Yes.
All right, I'll be there in a couple seconds.
It's just a 2-story, looks like,
yeah.
apartment.
Yep, I'm heading there now. You hear the plane crash coming?
Yeah.
Helicopter crash?
Yeah.
So people are going to be all on that, like, white on rice.
Nice.
If it was any closer, we could either go and loot it, or we could go camp it out and wait for it to be looted. It actually sounded relatively close, but there's definitely people that are closer.
I'm on your 6 o'clock up on the hill.
Oh, okay. I'm down at the apartments.
You need some gloves if you find any.
Yeah, I had to make some. You have a helmet though. Yeah, you have a helmet.
Best helmet in the game. Huzzah!
You can get a full get up. Like you can get chainmail.
A knight armor?
You can get a mace. You can get a long sword.
Pristine tomato.
We can also make a little fire if you want to somewhere so we can dry off. Can't believe there's no loot in here.
Just got a headband and a tomato out of here.
Huh. On a bandana. Not impressive. All right, I'm coming down.
I'm up this hill a little further.
Oh, I see you.
Oh, I see zombies. That's probably because of us.
You never know. Did you already loot this house and the shack and
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm up here on this hill in front of you.
Yep, I see you. So we're going to stay to our right. See the windmill? We're going to stay to our right to go to the military. Kind of along the coast a little bit. More to the south. So dangerous.
Very open over here.
Oh, I see you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. This whole island's very open. I'm behind you to your 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Like 100 meters.
Hey.
We'll want to overwatch this military for a minute. I'm behind you 50 meters.
Go.
Oh, there's the crash, helicopter crash. See it up on the hill? To the left, 9 o'clock.
Oh,
By the
way over there.
Yeah, by the radio tower. See, I
I'm
mean,
gonna send it.
it's actually pretty close. Are you want to
Yeah, that's
go?
pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go. You watch my back.
Oh boy, I need shoes. Don't get loot greedy. We can. There's always going to be more. There's going to be stag zombies too that you got to deal with. I don't know that I would.
Sure, it's right here.
All right, you only live once. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
And we would have probably been late to the party, so keep an eye out for people leaving it. We haven't heard any gunshots, so that's good news. Probably your 4 o'clock.
Just glassing it all around. Not seeing any movement.
I'm down at the farm, so you're probably 7 o'clock. Oh, Mosin. No way.
Nice. Oh my god.
How many rounds
yes.
are in it? How many rounds are in it? 3 rounds.
Cover fire!
Oh, do you want it running in there? You should probably take it.
No, no.
Or I can overwatch you while you go in.
Just overwatch me. Anything, just put some rounds down and I'll just start running in circles.
Oh boy. We're not going to be first to this. I just have a feeling. I got a feeling.
Should I drop what I have?
No. I mean, is your inventory full?
No, not really.
No, you'll be alright. Maybe go to that radio tower first. No, keep the gun tower, keep gun cleaning kit. Maybe go to the radio tower first.
I'm gonna get to the top of this mountain. We're on this side right here.
Oh man, this map is so open. We're running in here like wackos. It's good that there hadn't been any gunshots yet. Now, I can always shoot and lead them to me and then run and then let you loot.
Let me just check this out. Let's assess the situation. And we're good. All zombies are alive.
Okay. That's good. No, we start shooting, we're going to bring out everybody. Yep. That means there could be somebody else overwatching. So can you clear around for anybody else? Anybody at mines would have heard that crash. How do you want to play it?
I'm gonna take the axe and just work on them one by one.
Okay, there's some stags. I could go on the right side.
Should I just shoot?
No.
No, I'm just
What kind
kidding.
of question is that? Just axe. He's gonna aggro on you. That one's coming to you. To your left.
I'll get him.
Alright. One's coming to me. Nice. All right, we're good. We're clear if we sneak up on this side, because the only one I see is up on the hill on the left.
There's one on the right side of the helicopter.
Okay, I see him. He's gonna come to us.
I see a gun.
I'll overwatch you. I'll overwatch you from up here.
Oh my god, there's so much
I know.
loot in here, dude.
I know. We gotta be quick. Like 20
even know what to do.
seconds. 20 seconds. Any boots?
No.
If I see a player, I'm just gonna shoot. Because anybody coming here is not trying to make friends. Alright, you got two in the front of the helicopter. Alright, like 10 more seconds. What?
Nothing.
You go.
So much stuff.
Now, if
I'm
you
gonna give
want,
you
I
this
can go
backpack
back in. I can go back in after you come out. If it's really that good. I really just need shoes
I have
from
that
this
massive backpack.
military.
You want to come get it real quick?
I'd rather switch spots.
Okay. Coming.
No, I don't need a backpack right now. I'm good for now. I got the dry bag. Oh, zombies coming to your behind you.
Okay.
Just bring them up here. Back up, bring them up here, because they'll aggro on each other.
Oh, what the? You got my feet. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
the heck? He just went in the...
All right, I'm
Run,
out. Let's run. Run. I'm running back down the hill. It was the same way we came from, back to the coast.
The heel.
Did you kill him? I see you. You have to bandage?
Yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, the helicrash.
Yeah.
Wait till you see us military.
Come here.
No, I'm good, dude. You come to me.
No.
No.
Here.
What you got? Oh, a defender vest? No way, dude. We can fix this up with a leather kit too. If we find
did you
one.
not want to go get the big backpack?
Oh, not really. I mean, I don't have enough loot to make it worth it right now. It's all about what you need. I don't really need it right now. Do you want it? You can go get it.
Nah.
What do you have? Oh, you got a good one.
Here you go. Helmet.
Oh, what? Bro, we're juiced now. Oh, we're juiced. Do you have a helmet?
Yeah, well, I have my other one.
I look so goofy, dude. All right, let's go. Let's go to the military.
How many 45 rounds do you have?
20. And a full mag. I'm going down the hill.
You want to spare some with the brother?
Of course. How many you want?
Oh, well, I'll just meet you down at that camp.
Okay.
Right here behind you. We'll just get somewhere safe.
Okay. Yep. We're
Airdrop coming in around 30 minutes. Target somewhere around Beach Farm.
Okay, that's nowhere near
Or
us.
Beach Farm.
Nowhere near us. And you already did this, you already looted this farm, right? These farm buildings?
No, we didn't loot any. We just ran straight through it.
Okay. Let's go in one of these, and we'll,
Do you have a battery by chance? Have you found one yet?
No. I got a bunch of human bones.
We got a holographic sight.
Shotgun, BK-12.
And a CR-557.
CR's nice. Did you loot that house? Yo, TikTok, hold on a second. TikTok thinks I'm inactive. That's so ridiculous. I think it's because it's been 5 hours. Okay. Alright. Oh, here's some 45.
Nice.
I got 10 more if you need it. Outside of this mag. Oh, you have that? Oh, well, here. Let me give you this. To fill up that mag, I'll give you the other. It really doesn't matter if I have a pistol, if you have a SMG. Yeah, you should take it all. I should probably give you all that's in this pistol, too.
Well, what do you have? You only have the Mosin.
The Mosin, yeah.
What kind of ammo does that take?
76254R. Big ones. Big bullets.
I'm almost thinking about dropping this revolver, taking the ammo out of it.
For the CR?
Because I don't need it. Yeah.
I'll hold on to it if you need me to.
Alright, you wanna...
Until you get like a chest or a pouch or a holster? Yeah, I can hold on to it. How many rounds do you have in it?
It's full.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll hold on to that for sure. Cool. Would you want the Colt since you have the 45? Or are you saying you don't have room for it?
I have room. I just. Oh, here's this as well.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna bury these somewhere else. Alright, we're juiced.
Yeah, we're golden.
Let me take this gun so nobody sees it here. I'll ditch it somewhere else. Alright, here we go.
Just gonna look out for a battery.
Okay. I'm really shocked we made it in and out of there. 70 people on the server.
Yeah.
If you think about it, we're really just bringing the loot to somebody else.
I feel like we should make a stash over here somewhere.
No, not with this loot. Once we get the card, we will. Because we can bury this dry bag.
I have a shovel, by the way.
Perfect, perfect. That's all we need.
Wait, nope.
Did you leave it?
I dropped
Okay,
it over
okay,
there.
it's okay, it's okay.
I have 2 axes though. I have
We'll
a
get-
battle axe. I feel like I should just go get it.
If you have 2 axes, yeah, I would. But be careful. I'll wait in this little shack up here. Unless you want me to come with you. I can come with you.
I dropped that axe if you want it. It's a fire axe. It's pretty massive.
I've got a fishing pole instead of the axe.
Okay.
Yeah, because once we
There's
get the...
someone up there at the helicopter right now.
Okay, come back to me, come back to me, come back to me. How do you know?
I just saw this silhouette up there.
Okay,
Looking
so they
down
know
towards
it's going to be looted, so they're going to be looking for us. I'm probably thinking we're going to go to the military after this, so they're going to be heading this way. We can overwatch them and see where they go. But the sun's
See
setting.
him anymore?
No. I never had eyes. I'm up the hill where you were, by the wall, the brick wall.
I did see him though. He was just standing there, menacingly.
Probably is looking for you. You. Alright. What do you want to do? You want to wait for them? Since you saw them, we should make sure they're not following us. Maybe at the top of this next hill.
Yeah, let's get to yeah.
I think it's starting to get dark. They're probably going to come to this military afterwards. If you think about it, like, what would we do?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think we should hit it in the dark and then camp out. Just
Okay.
wait. Like, wait for now, and then go in the dark.
Oh, it's not smoking anymore. That means it despawned. That means nobody was over there.
Okay. Woo. Maybe it was a zombie then that we didn't kill?
Possibly. Stay over here to the right. Always be looking like up the hill because people run along the rim of that crater. See those big towers up on the horizon to the left? 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock,
Yes.
or I'm sorry, 9. So that would be along the rim of the crater. Oh, great.
Run into this house right here. This broken down
Okay.
house.
I'm around the backside of it.
If I'm tweaking out right now or what, but I swear I saw something.
What do you mean?
I don't know if my game glitched. Above you, 2nd floor.
Let's clear it.
My game just bugged, I guess. It's clear.
Okay.
Oh, man.
All right, going to the millie. And it'll be dark. Yeah, if there was somebody
Get
still...
a gas mask as well, by the way.
Oh, nice. If there was somebody still up there... Now, we won't need it now. For this run, we're just going to get a card and we're going to bury it.
Okay.
And then we might as well just... F11. Because then we'll go get NBC and then come back and get the card later when we need it. As soon as we get NBC, we're going to bury
We're
that.
gonna make a camp though, right? Put all of our stuff in?
We'll bury a bag. We'll bury... You mean like a tent?
Yeah, there's like something to where
We'll
we come back
bury
with
it.
all this loot.
Yeah. We'll get one of these dry bags and we'll bury it. Now you'll see on the map these gray domes, these gray circles. That's what we're coming up on now. And this is the military. I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone. I don't see zombies. No
This thing's
zombies.
massive.
Oh yeah, it's huge. But look, it's like a fishbowl.
Yeah.
You can see everything in there. Alright, let's go to the right. Let's hit up the tents on the right.
We can get through right here.
Yep. There's maybe that building, first building on the left.
Full auto.
Now try not to shoot zombies. They will aggro through... Is it locked? Oh.
No, I accidentally. Closing every door, every check and clear. Nothing yet.
Upstairs there could be something right there. A spawn. Oh, someone could have already hit this.
Ooh, battery, let's go. Nice, okay, now we're cooking with gas.
Flashbang.
Nothing on the beds. mini shovel, a field shovel.
Oh yeah, I'll carry that, and then you can get rid of your shovel for another gun. Perfect. That's perfect.
Crowbar on top.
No, yeah, I just dropped it. See how dark it's getting? Oh, 76239.
Ooh, I got that from my
TR?
CR.
Here you go.
Perfect. Just need to get a scope for it. It's pitch black.
I know.
Don't have a flashlight on my gun.
No, you don't want a
Already
flashlight
looted
going
all
through here.
this, I think.
Yeah, we already looted all this. Go ahead. We'll go to the end of the hall. We'll go check those tents. Okay. If there is anybody, they're gonna go do that. And we're gonna do this. Careful. Stag zombies.
How do we get in there?
You go around.
Ooh, the zombies right here against the fence.
Oh, they will jump the fence. They will jump that fence. You got 2 on you.
Okay.
Oh, is he running around? You got another one. Let's see if he'll come to me. No, he's just aggroed. He's not. It's hard for them to see at night.
Oh my god, I got a lot on me.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm trapped in here.
it's alright. Just go down. Go down. They'll leave.
I'm knocked out. Alright. Concussed. I'm gonna go start my spaghetti while I wake up. Yeah.
You might wake up bleeding. Uh-oh. I'm going in this building.
I've got 3 bleeds. Oh my goodness.
They're all on me though.
Okay.
Inside the building we were just in. I can't tell if that's a stag or not. I think it is a stag because they all aggroed. Yeah, I think this is a stag.
Yeah, I hit one like 18 times and he did not die with it. Break up the battle lines.
No, they're in the middle hallway of this building. So I would creep. This one's got a helmet though. If you can creep around the side and close that door, we'll lock them in.
inside of a building to get sorted. Hold on. Building we were originally in, you're inside of right now?
Yep. First floor, facing the side that we were closest to. And they're in the hallway, though.
I cannot see anything after
I
being
know.
knocked out. Good lord.
Especially if you lose blood.
Yeah, I'm out. Flashing.
You're flashing red?
Yeah.
You lost a lot of blood then.
Yeah, I lost all of it.
No way.
Oh shoot.
What?
They're all running around your building.
No, I know. It's okay. They're on me, they're not on you. If you can come close that side door, it'll lock them in.
There's some outside.
I could probably bring them in one by one.
Knocked out
You just knocked out. I saw you. That's crazy. Because you don't have any blood. So your water and your food have to slowly regen your blood.
I just went to go for the door and I
know.
went black.
I know. He's definitely a stag zombie.
All these doors are closed.
Yeah. I'll go around to the left side. If you can close the door over to the left, it'll trap them in here. They're gonna hear you.
I cannot do this with the zombie right
Dude, I've cut his arm so many times, sticking through. One of them's got 8 rounds of 45 on him.
You want me to go in guns blazing or no?
Oh, is that an axe outside? Did you drop an axe? Oh, you had an axe in your hands.
Yeah. You want me to toss it through your window?
No, I'll come out and get it. I got it. Nice.
I'm gonna go around to this right side, not
Okay.
the left. Just got absolutely demolished.
I'm gonna take down my fishing rod and put my axe on my shoulder. At least I'll save the rope. I got another helmet.
Nice. I passed out again.
Camouflage. Really?
Fainted.
Yeah, it happens. I'm just gonna bring them in here one by one. The worst problem right now is other players. Uh-oh. Yep, worst problem right now is other players. Oh, there's a stag. He's gonna bring everybody. And the stag is outside.
Alright, I'm no longer flashing, so that's a plus.
Yeah, that's good.
That might make my calzone.
We're taking so long here.
Yeah. Well, we did have like 18 zombies come after us.
But it seemed like there weren't any when we started.
Yeah. 5.56 ammo.
Nice. I got 45.
Got you pristine gloves.
They can't see anything. So dark. I could see if I can flash them.
Looky what I got. NBC jacket.
Oh, we don't need any of that yet, though.
Alrighty.
It's just gonna take up space.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yep. Drop that bad boy.
Are you just looting while they're in here?
What?
That's a good idea. Just to loot while they're in here on me. Loot around.
Yeah. Trying to help us out. Hurry this up. Gun cleaning kit.
Okay, I killed them all.
Dude.
What'd you find?
Mosin ammo.
Oh, nice. Alright, I killed them all. Do you need this helmet?
Yes. I'll take that over this night helmet.
Alright, I'll put it in my bag.
It's like very hard to see out of this thing.
Okay. Where'd you go? I don't want to run into you.
I'm on the right. In these like apartment buildings or barracks.
Okay. The first one or the second one?
I believe the second. I didn't loot the first one though.
Okay, I'll go to the first one. Did you loot the tents in the middle?
Yes, I looted all that.
Okay, okay. No shoes?
Nope. Wait, me.
Gotcha. Ooh, that's the second
Holy
one.
shit.
Oh my gosh. I saw you, almost killed you. Go back and look at the VOD.
I looted the top of this.
Okay. So there's one more.
Oh, this
There's-
one further.
Yeah, there's one more over here to the left. Watch out. To the left. Okay, let's go back inside, See if we can draw him in one of these rooms. Here's the helmet.
Very nice.
I would throw
here,
that.
Here. I found this as well if you want this.
Here's
I just don't have
45 ammo. Do you have Mosin ammo? Oh no. I should keep it though. I'll keep it. I'll find room for it.
This is Mosin ammo, correct?
Yes. Oh no, that's not. That's like SSG or oh, nice gloves. Are you sure you don't want those gloves?
No, I have what is this? Tactical gloves, pristine on.
Okay, there's 9mm right there for you.
Nice. Do you need to clean your gun at all? I have 2 kits. You want to take one?
Yeah, I can take one and hold on to it. Thanks. Awesome. I'll probably drop this mask. Alright, so you went out which way? To the straight ahead?
Yeah, I just went to the next building over.
I can't believe we haven't seen anybody else here.
With this amount of people.
Yeah.
Holy!
What?
That was you, right?
Yeah, in the back door.
Oh!
First floor.
Yeah.
Let me turn the music down. If you turn the music down, the footsteps, you should be able to like...
Key in on.
Yeah.
And the loot is very scarce on this map. Ooh.
Yeah.
Another helmet.
But this is where it would be. Ooh, a C-Mag with 5.56. Someone's aggroing zombies. Is that you?
That's me.
A Lamos mag? Did you drop the Lamos mag?
Mm-mm.
Really?
No.
Is that you kicking a zombie?
Yeah, I've tried getting him through this window. but
Gas
it's
mask
not working
filter?
out.
We don't need that. We can leave the gas mask filter for now. We'll find it later.
I'm glitched in this door. Lord.
Which door? I think you're below me. Careful. Oh, more 45. 11 rounds of 45.
This guy had a field vest. Do you want this, oh, you already have a vest, I think, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, leather repair kit would be nice.
Yeah.
Or epoxy. Epoxy can fix these. Alright. You ready to go check the other? Along the same trajectory? There's some containers.
Oh, wow.
What?
A pioneer decked out?
No way. That takes 556. I've got 556 for you.
Oh. Do you want the CR 527 then?
Is it 76239? Yeah, I'll take that.
This is 76239, yes.
Yeah, I'll take that. And then I can rock that with the with my Mosin.
Come up is happening.
Where are you when you found that pioneer?
I went further down the street.
Across the street? Oh, I see you.
Right.
Okay, okay, okay. Are you in that container, you mean?
Yeah, I have it on my hands.
Oh no. How do I get out of this fence?
I'll put it in here so you're not... Oh, boots right here for you.
Awesome. I aggroed him. Pristine. Okay, you got the CR. No way. Alright, I'll swap that out. Do you have those Mosin rounds? I'll give you this 556 and then 45.
I don't have the Mosin rounds. You said that they were.
Oh, those aren't Mosin rounds. Gotcha. Sorry. What about the for the CR, the 76239?
76239. 20 stack right there for you.
Awesome. All right. One,
Man, we need
two.
a sewing kit.
Yeah. Tell me about it. All right, I've got a Lamos mag. Are you sure you didn't leave that Lamos mag? The FAMAS mag? Okay, it was left in the middle of the hallway. That's kind of sketch. Don't forget this 556 and 45.
That paper?
Hmm?
I picked up the paper on accident. Okay.
There's 45 and yeah, you got it. Okay, good. I feel so good having those boots. Okay, so it's becoming daylight. Anybody rolls up here, they're going to see the dead zombies. We can make our way back behind us. There's 2 containers in that prison. We can go check that. All right, let's go.
How do we
Zombies.
get over there?
I don't know. I'm going left. Did you check that container in that other medical pod?
Yeah, that's where I found your stuff.
Zombie. Think it might be Stag, might be Stag. Alright, let's go right. And if we can always lock them inside these medical pods. Alright, this one's aggroed, so we might want to just take care of him.
Oh, wow. One shot.
One shot, baby. All these melees are one shots. There's other boots. Pristine boots, best
Ooh,
insulation.
let me see.
Grab those, you might as well.
Nice. Another gun up here. SG5K.
Oh, really? Okay. Was that 9mm? I didn't have a mag, though. Bulgarian splinter pants. Alright, it's daylight, so just remember the distances are really far now. Look up the mountain before you go. See if you see anybody. Peeking.
Come on, character.
Shoddy. Ablaze. This might have 308. It does, has one. Are you cutting something up?
Mm-hmm. I need more rags.
I was just making sure it wasn't somebody else. I'm in this bunker. Alright, so now we can move our way around to the right to... There's one more.
Zombie right in front of you.
Yep. Go around up top. If we get shot at, we get shot at up here.
Server will restart in 15 minutes.
Okay. Quilted jacket, best insulation.
I got a Stag NBC jacket.
Do you have a scope on that Pioneer?
Oh, it's ruined. No.
No
Yes,
way,
it
it's
is.
ruined?
Yeah.
You found it and it's ruined? That means somebody dropped it.
No, I ruined it after the.
Oh.
Dang it. Man.
Oh, there's a plate carrier. By the helicopter. No way. Oh my gosh, it's got pouches too. Do you have a plate? You might want to take that defender over that press vest.
The field vest.
Oh no no no! Put the defender on. That gives you no protection.
So. Where's
I
it at? Over
know.
there by the
Yeah,
monster?
yep, right by the helicopter. I can go get it if you need me to.
Ooh, and a rude machete.
I think we're good enough to go get that purple card. We go eat. We both got ammo. We both got good guns. I think we're good to go to Alcatraz. I'm back in the bunker still.
I'm gonna keep looting up.
Okay. I say we not test it anymore because we spent so much time here that we go ahead and bounce. We're not going to find anything else really here more. I mean, there's another field backpack on the other side of that heli. But I need to bury this thing.
Oh yeah, this one's nice back here.
Don't get loot goblin greedy.
I'm doing it for you.
No, I don't need it. We're going to bury this one. Wow. 90? That's huge. That's huge. Okay. You going on back? The normal one isn't 90, it's like 64. I went around back, around the side.
Gotcha.
Okay, along the fence. I don't think we need anything else here. I say we bounce. We go under here. We go to the coast. We fish. We fill up. This is a little industrial. We really don't need anything here. But we fish along the coast after the industrial. Zombies in there.
Zombie right in front.
Zombie to the right. Yep. Good comms. Good comms. I mean, we could go check that police right there. There's a little police shack. The shield on the map. It's a little police shack right there at the gate.
Hole in the fence here.
Yep. I'll cover you while we check that. There are military containers here, but we really don't need anything here. I mean, we could find leather kits and stuff. We've just been here so long.
You don't want to search it?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You don't have a gun out? Are you crazy?
No.
Bro.
They're scared of me.
Yeah, they are. Okay, here's a tip, right? If there was somebody in here, they're already gonna what? They're already gonna hear our footsteps. Oh, nice field trip. Yeah, that's a long-range radio. You can wear it as a backpack. Keep an eye out for tripwires too.
Yeah, I'm getting too comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Someone's already going to know we're here because of our footsteps. So if you do hear someone, don't worry about masking your footsteps. Try to if you can. I know this sounds weird. Walk around enough, make it seem like there's more people there than there is. Like walk around a lot. Open a bunch of doors because they're listening, right? They're going to be all like paranoid, listening for how many people there are. But if you can like mask how many of you there are.
I'm gonna terrify them.
Yeah, it's psychological. I'm going to go up here on the left. Or on the right, in front of the water.
Okay, let me handle this. Karen.
Oh, wow.
fine.
Pretty pristine tack shirt. There's a pea coat, but it's only 20 slots. Is your shirt damaged?
I swapped it out.
Okay.
Ooh, looky here.
What'd you get? Oh,
It's a
nice.
VK-18.
Alright, let me get the ammo out of it.
Pristine working gloves in here. I think you already have.
Yeah. I'm good on gloves. Yep, I'm good on gloves. Take them just in case.
Really good sewing kit.
I know. Or leather. What's up there? Oh, it's trees. Seven 6239.
Oh, wow, almost fell in the water.
MP, M4 handguard. You just keep going down the dock. There's a zombie in there. Don't open up that last container. Oh, here's a tent. Looks like someone thought about putting it up.
You mean this military container?
There's a car tent.
Large gas canister. Thinking about building a stash in there?
No, it's huge. You'll see how big it is.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You could put a car in it, and it's huge stash. And no, it's ridiculous. Nobody would. They would find it. It's not even. It's not even a conversation.
Just stop talking about it.
Yeah, it's not even. Just don't even look at it. It's not ours. We can't have it. Get your lustful eyes. Okay, you want to go out to those containers? There's 4 containers. You got to go all the way around the dock, and everybody up on the hill can see you.
Yeah.
No? You said no? Okay,
Yeah.
good. No. You said no? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking no, too. No, that's good.
Yeah. You want to go check that main building right there?
I guess if anybody does shoot you and heads this way to loot you, I could always stay behind. No, I don't want to check in the inland buildings. That's just, that'll only be... Okay, we should chill.
It'll boot us.
Yeah, we should chill somewhere, like, out here. In the forest somewhere, where we're gonna fish.
Night night.
Here we go. Yes, Sochi says, you have PTSD from finding landmines? I sure do.
Yeah.
I sure do. No. And it was like the worthless feeling that, like, you can't back down. Like, you gotta keep going right into your doom. Yo, my drip is so hard right now. I got matching pants. Bro, my drip is so hard. I want to log out just to see my character. Oh my gosh.
I'm in a, wow, medium tent.
No, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. Oh man, that drip is so hard.
Where are you?
Cam, I'm in the yellow container down the dock.
I see you.
Stuck.
Are you really going over there?
No, I'm waiting for you to go. I'm gonna cover you while you go over there.
Oh,
You might as well go
shoot.
before a server restart, or like right after it,
Yeah.
because everybody's gonna log out.
Yep.
Now you should take the Pioneer, because if someone does shoot at you, you at least have some distance. And I can hang back here. I'm down at the water to the
I
left
see
of the
you.
dock.
I got you.
Or you take the plate and I take the defender vest. Where are you going? Oh, there you are. You know what? Give me your, get here. You take the Mosin. Give me that Pioneer, because I'll stay here. If someone is shooting, is that all the ammo you have for this? Oh, this is broken. It's pretty much the same. All right. Good luck. May the force be with you.
Huzzah! We are sending it.
You got this. Just don't die. It's pretty simple concept.
No.
Yeah, it drips so hard. All right, I'm gonna leave the screen up for a minute. I'm gonna go get my food. All right, be right back, y'all. Yeah, Sochi, boom up the ladder, right? Gosh, that was so embarrassing. All right. Yeah, that drips hard. 3 hours? That's not bad to get this. But remember, it's not your loot. You're just holding it for the next person. So when it says hot, honey, do you think it means boom on the docks? Yeah.
Are you loaded back in yet?
No, I'm waiting for you. Of course not. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Here's where we die.
I'm literally in the middle of the bridge.
That's okay. You'll wait there like 15 seconds before your character does anything, and you come back. So everybody that can see you will get a 15-second shot without you knowing.
Nice. Okay. They
All right,
better not miss it.
so let's think about this. Let's think about the plan, right? If we're going to play the long game, we did a great job. We had a great run. We teamed up. We got together. We looted that military. We took care of a lot of zombies. We're juicy right now. We could, and I'm yellow food. We could continue on tonight. I just don't know how much time you have. But if you push it, like, that's when you start to make mistakes. So if you wanted to just loot this real quick, and then we find a safe place to log out, like in the trees somewhere.
Yeah, I'm about to have to get off anyway, so I
Perfect.
think we should just log.
Go get that military.
I have the in-laws, like a full house this weekend, so everyone,
Nice.
my wife's side is coming in.
Very nice. All right, so we'll both log in. I'll cover you. We'll go get those containers while we're here, and then we'll run along the coast to the east, to the southeast, and we'll find a good place to log out.
Okay.
Probably like on that southeast
loading
peninsula.
in.
Okay, me too. 4 in queue.
Hold on, babe. Huh? Yeah, we'll about to hop off.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of the dock, babe.
Yeah, life or death situation.
Yeah, I'm logging in. They can see me. Yeah, it's wild that it takes like 15 seconds. You're just standing there.
Missing me. Yeah.
I didn't have to do the confirmation. All right, I'm in.
Yeah, I didn't have to do that either. That's kind of weird.
I'm covering you.
Oh, yeah. The drip is dripping.
Oh yeah, mine's hard. Gosh, you couldn't have at least got me a cleaner scope.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all busted though. I can't believe I have this plate carrier.
Oh my lord.
What'd you find?
Coming back. I got another mag for the UMP5.
Oh, nice. We might want to just pick a little building, industrial building over here, because now that I think about it, all these trees over here to the right are going to be really sparse and open.
Yeah.
So maybe we pick one of these small little containers over to the left. What do you say? Like one of these little industrial shacks, like behind the carport? Or even in this yellow container right here.
Oh, there's a boat here.
What color is it?
Gray. It's out on this small dock.
On the dock? What do you mean on the dock? Oh,
Where
no
I'm
way.
looking right now.
That's a Stag boat. Do you have a spark plug?
No.
Okay.
What was that?
Helicopter crash. Helicopter crash. Yeah, I need to log out. One more helicopter crash.
Yeah, one more.
One more. Actually, in this little industrial would be really good. Like in the back corner of this little industrial. Or like in the top floor of one of those. I'll leave it up to you.
So
Like right here. And then like right here. That would be really good.
Okay.
All right, dude. Good job. That was a good run. Hands on your head. Hands on your head. All right. Nice work. We'll, oh, do you want to, here, take your Pioneer back. Let me grab that Mosin. Because you got the ammo for that, too.
Alrighty.
All right.
Later,
Enjoy
bro.
the in-laws. Take it easy.
Have a good weekend.
You too. All right. So let's see. Let's I do want to watch this debate. Should I watch it on stream? Or no? I don't know. Probably not. I'm already at 6 hours. I think I'm not. I think I'm not. I think I'm not gonna. But I am excited for it. I am excited for it. All right, everybody. It's been fun. We'll maybe pick it up tomorrow night, maybe Sunday night. I don't know. We'll see. We'll pick it up again. Don't worry. We'll be back. And continue a question on Deer Isle. Maybe continue on if the server pop is a little bit lower on Valsk. Try that. All right, everybody. It's been real. TikTok, you're always fun. J5, have a good night. Sochi, you would watch with you? You want to watch? Sochi, if you really want to, listen, well, let's do it. I could put it on. I could put it on. It's gonna get my comments are not gonna be good for no, I'll put it on, Sochi. My comments are not gonna be good for TikTok though. So TikTok, if you want to continue the fun, go to either Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, or let's see, Kick. All right, bye TikTok. All right, now that it's just us. Now that it's just us. Censor free. All right, let me do that. All right. Here we go. All right, let me get out of this. Let me get out of this. Cool. Let me pull up. This is gonna be fun. So great, a dub eight. All right, let's do it. Yeah, for real. Good way to punish TikTok. Totally.
Sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making.
Hey, Soji. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Indistinguishable
I'm not really
from a leftist operation.
You mean like he pulled the trigger,
doing more
but
damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people.
because he came and admitted to it.
And she's making a mockery
He
of the
admitted.
online right-wing.
He's right. There is overwhelming
Disarming
evidence that he
Republicans
did
in
it.
an election year by dividing them.
Physical
She's
evidence,
attacking the
witness
very
testimony,
organization Charlie spent his life building.
confessions.
And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife.
So,
it cost me $300,000.
I'm excited to see them both
today,
lay out their
She
positions.
finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience.
She already started out
since
spicy.
we've
I
been
hate
covering
it
this case.
already.
People
I
know
hate
that
it already.
There was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing
Did you get it out of your
the
system?
pursuit
That's
of something that makes sense
ridiculously
regarding what happened on September
unprofessional.
10th. By throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to
None of it
insult
makes
you or
any
pretending
sense.
that I've been
Nothing
running
makes
the
any
podcast
sense.
saying it's just dreams
Nothing
and
ever
vibes,
makes
like
any
I miss
sense for
Cleo.
Candace. Nothing
And
will
that's
make
the reason
sense.
why
Just
it
who
is
can make
taking
sense
so
of it
many
all?
influencers, it looks like $1 billion industry of influencers, to dispute everything Candace says is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers
totally
who
does.
lied and
Like
said
she's saying a whole
Charlie
lot, but
was
she's really not saying anything.
changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so
I'm just asking questions.
when
None of it makes
all of
any
these things
sense.
happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today.
No, because she already did.
Everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not
made
a
up
debate,
a whole bunch of
just
nonsense
an
about
open
him before the
conversation with
debate.
Turning
She
Point
don't need
USA.
to do it now.
They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
so
She's
not-
only
not
doing this for her
only,
fans. She's
that
only doing this for
maybe
her
somebody
fans.
was behind him as a
And for her
patsy
platform,
influencer.
and to
You're
get
not
people
even saying
talking
that he
about
didn't even
her,
shoot Charlie Kirk.
to be on the
If you
edge.
said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot.
She's
from a 30-06
ridiculous.
From
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. you're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
you
from
are
low sea,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
Because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the
yeah,
internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you
Absolutely.
say that there's some steel neck
Absolutely
and it's a smaller
fragment,
caliber,
bounce
you have to make a
around, all
counter-explanation.
inside.
Why wouldn't a smaller
Absolutely.
caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart.
It
in
breaks
air
apart.
for all we
It's
know.
designed to
But
break
definitely
apart.
upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner,
Mm-hmm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You
Mm-hmm.
also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. By the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
hmm
Uh,
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
as with your
See
expertise,
how she does this nonsense?
when she
You just made all
gave
that up.
testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to
with
2
the
points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces.
They didn't say DNA degradation, said fingerprint
40
degradation.
years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst
Which could be
5
determined
plus
by
other
what they're
prints,
wearing on their
were the
hands,
most
the
degraded on that
oils.
weapon.
Yeah.
Well,
so let's get
several
into all 3 of the
factors.
claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle.
That's why you have to clean
and
your
it's all
gun after
dusty
you
inside
shoot
the
it, because
bore,
it
you
gets
go fire
dirty.
it, You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
You
Okay.
have to.
Happens all the
You have to
time.
Okay,
clean your
and the
gun
prints?
after you shoot it because it's so dirty.
The prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She
Of what's the
testified.
fact of the
She's the
case?
person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The
Okay,
person who took
hang
who
on,
took
hang
it.
on. I'm just
not a
granting
fact
it
of the
for the
case
sake of
yet.
argument.
You should grant it because it's a
Okay,
fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they
just made
say
that up.
who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They
You just made
named
that up.
Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson,
filling in the
and
gaps.
Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twig's
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his
Either
prints
way,
are
though.
the most degraded, and you're saying he is the shooter, it's
determination
not
either
really
way.
a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's
So that
actually
doesn't mean
proof
that he
of my
can't.
claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't
No,
prove
that
anything
wouldn't
about
prove
him being a
anything.
patsy.
No.
They said
Absolutely
it's
not.
evidence.
No, it's
to
not,
support the claim
Candace.
that he could have been set up
Okay.
as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually
just
give
make
you
it
any
up. Fill in
evidence
the
your
blanks.
corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, you
hang on.
actually-
I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson.
positive
this is tied
claim.
into Robinson being a patsy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson
Mm-hmm.
as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like
Yeah,
I
so
said,
do
we're
you know
not
how many
just
people have
dreaming.
handled my guns,
And
touched
if
my
We're
guns?
having those conversations,
Bunch of
and they
people.
told
Hey,
me
can I hold your gun?
that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson
Hey,
because it was a
go
family
shoot
heirloom.
other people-
Okay,
shoot
so
with
it was
other
his
people. Tons of-
grandfather's gun or
tons of other
great-grandfather's
people.
gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't
Tons
remember
of
which
other
one it
people.
was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa
But
and I put it
that
up on the
to
shelf and I own this, you can see
Andrew's
that could
point,
be.
How do we
that
get to the
doesn't
patsy
mean
part?
that it's
You
tied to
don't
the
let me ever
patsy.
get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Yeah.
if I can't
I'll
get
wait,
to the end of
I'll
the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's
I'm gonna
prints on
pause it real
this,
quick.
obviously
I need
Lance
to,
Twiggs,
I'm
even
gonna
if
get
he
a
has
drink of
prints
water.
on things.
I'll pause it real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink of water. Yeah, it just doesn't lead to any
They live
conclusions.
together. That doesn't really mean anything.
Oh yeah, they both are.
But that could
But
demonstrate
they're in it for their
that
own
somebody
platform.
took his
They'll
weapon
say
and
anything
put it
outrageous
somewhere.
just to get
His
eyes.
prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints,
But
there's
with
more
enough
presence of
ambiguity
somebody
that
else's
can
prints,
always walk it
and
back.
that
I
could
don't know.
demonstrate
I'm
that
just asking
somebody is
questions.
taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have
See,
here
it
is
could-
that
it
this
could
is
be
pure
nothing.
Conjecture.
No,
Pure
This is, hang
conjecture.
on, this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you,
No,
so I'm going
but
to
she
move on
didn't.
from that.
No,
but
she
to
did
just go back
not.
to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot
Yeah.
is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the
Well,
preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
No,
convincing.
what
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which is
said in
that
your opening
based on
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state,
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no, this is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy that you don't know this.
No, 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 no.
If
No,
all
no,
the
no, no,
evidence
no, no,
More
was
than
put
a fact
in-
check. This was every single
the
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying They want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can.
I wish
show it.
PBD
In
would
the
pull his
interim,
socks up.
Is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read.
It's really
this.
Just what are we
distracting to
looking at,
me.
just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the
His
bullet,
socks
or at
probably
least
cost
part of
more than
it,
my entire outfit
sequentially
right now.
Perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common,
Exactly. Sochi, that's
carotid
exactly the
on
point.
left
That's
internal
exactly
external
the
jugular
point.
Veins. The bullet also
And also doesn't, it's not
obliterated
evidence that he's
the
the
left
patsy
side
either.
C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But
to
no, but
Patsy.
your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same
no,
way
no, no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a
She's getting
preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of no, that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based
She
off of
doesn't.
hearsay. In fact,
That doesn't
Lance's
mean that there's evidence.
testimony before
Is she
they
pregnant or
had about an
something?
hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour
What's
debate
wrong with her brain?
before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say?
I'm
Well,
just
I'm the
asking
magistrate
questions.
under
I'm not
Utah
saying anything. I'm just asking
Constitution.
questions.
1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then. They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm
say.
not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument.
She would
principles
rather
in fact,
destroy the
Yeah, I'm
right
not
for
saying
her
that.
own
Off of
benefit
that,
Didn't say
than
that.
even
Tyler
align
could have been a
herself to a
patsy.
leftist. You don't have to
I'm
be a
telling
left. You can just
you.
destroy the right on your own.
Here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
I have rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's
Pull
pull
up
that up. I'm
1102.
I am
Get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what
Yes.
Rule 1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like.
Just making it up.
He never said
Purely
that.
making it up.
He
I'm
never said
asking
that.
Based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just
inference.
showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point
How
in
did she
contention.
get there from there, though?
The point in contention.
It's not the point in contention.
That is the point. How did she get there from there?
Allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence,
she just made it up.
Means Patsy.
She made it
I'm looking
up
for the logical chain.
She just made it
for
up.
how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
images.
I'm
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this
she's just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy?
Now she'll walk her back.
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of
she just made it up.
This is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Because it gives her more viewers.
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense.
That's the whole debate. That's the whole debate.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. What do you mean, why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same
I'm not
people
sure in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never, that never happened. You're just making stuff
She's
up.
just made
So
made that
when we're
up.
talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
any
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has it.
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong.
He's
So
not saying
back
that
to
was
the
a
tweet
totality
aspect
of
here, which is
evidence.
Really funny. That's not an exhaustive list.
Yeah, it's not
I didn't say it was
everything.
exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
wasn't
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no
That's
gaslighting.
not
it
what he
wasn't
said.
exhaustive. I
That's
never said
not
that.
what
I just said you
happened.
did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
Mm-hmm.
on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate.
He
what
with
I
never
him.
said that.
That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you say when
Yeah,
I
he
do it,
will.
it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this.
The
If you don't
totality
agree that
of
that's
the
Tyler
evidence.
Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing.
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it, if
think
you
And
that's
by the
haven't,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
going to see me on the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting that's me in
That wasn't the
staircase.
claim.
I think
That's not what he said.
I didn't say. I
That's
didn't
not
say
what he
that.
said.
I
She's just
said
making it up.
I literally didn't.
Making it
What
up.
I said is that he texted over. You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I
It's
would like
the
to remind you
totality.
that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity,
I understand.
which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise
Okay.
for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay. I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that
witness
meets
statement.
the following conditions is not
Jeez,
hearsay.
Candace.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
No, so the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't
Yup.
hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking?
Well,
It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?"
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't,
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You keep
Just
consider
doesn't make
another
sense.
option
Nothing
that there could have
makes-
been another
nothing
white
makes
guy
sense.
wearing
That I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said
Nobody can know. It just
that
doesn't
what
make
overwhelming
sense.
means to me is that it's just very convincing to me.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like, that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the
That's
question
some
that
of
was asked
them.
of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So,
characters
so
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other
Has to
tweets
be
that I've ever made
exhaustive.
are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what
what
I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Yeah, yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah, yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called
function and luxury. We had the choice to make it fast. And if you're watching it on PVD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So Right now, we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just your general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Oh,
and speak.
this mother.
Especially when your son is
If I
up
thought
for,
that my
is-
kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
the
him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
get the
also
public
be a
on your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're
No,
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at
funny-
the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably
Reasonably
available
available.
to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
and
not.
I'm even fine with
Yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into
I,
the evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
no,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of
the government
course,
was
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah? You
want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
Sure. And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
To create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury, we had the choice to make it fast.
So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that As long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
Because you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe Rogan.
answer.
They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be
Hey,
no
what's
as far
up,
as you know.
Pigeon? What's
We
going
can't say
on?
that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no.
First
We're
one
not debating
Pigeon's over
anymore.
on
We're having a
Twitch.
conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No.
No, we're
It
still
was
definitely
it was
debating.
earlier
This is
today.
still-
It was a lot
this is-
earlier
No, it's not a
today.
debate.
This
Now
is
this
I
is
just
you
ended a
saying
DayZ
I want
run,
to probe
and
things that
I
sit
thought
outside of the evidence. I
I
actually
just
already
watched
you
addressed
this
stated.
this. You
with
asked me.
a couple people.
You're not going to go like you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French,
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
It was the Foreign Legion.
Yeah,
Do
it was
you
like
believe
this
trying to kill
morning.
you?
I thought it was later
Yes,
tonight
that's
too.
why I reported it.
Firstborn
to
Pigeon, but it
the
was
correct
early
officials
this
in
morning.
Government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the
I
email
went
to
into
the
this
correct
really not
government body
not
that deals
having
with
any
this. Like, I can't
presuppositions.
hack into
It was
Emmanuel
like
Macron's
whoever
bank
can
account and say
whoever
whether or
can
not
present
the
the
information
best
that
compelling
but
argument.
then you go,
I think both
well,
of
where's
them have
your
their blind
evidence? Like, well, my
spots.
evidence is that
Honestly,
I
Candace has
reported
her
it. I
blind
did the right thing that
spots.
you're going to do. So
Andrew
if
has
somebody
some blind
calls and says,
spots.
"Hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you,"
But
and
so
that person
far,
definitively has the rank to be
Candace
able to
just
tell you
making a
this,
bunch of stuff
and you say,
up,
"Well, what
to
I'm
be
going to
honest
do now
with
is
you.
I'm going to report that to the feds." Then I go, "What's your evidence?"
like to
It's
fill in the
well,
gaps.
I got the information,
and then she just goes
gave
back
the
on
information
like,
that I got from who I got it to the right body.
well, I'm just asking
of people.
questions. Like
That's what
nobody
I
can
did.
understand.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I
you
wanted to
could
know
watch
what
it
you're
though. Watch it
doing
from the
now
beginning.
because this has always been
Watch
the
from
thing.
the
Is like
beginning.
we actually can't.
Yeah,
bring
I
an
do
overwhelming
actually.
claim.
Well, I
So we're
used
just
to a
gonna go and
lot,
bring up
just not as
everything
much
that I
time
think
anymore
can
since
try
I
to
started streaming
embarrass her.
myself.
I reported
I'm
exactly
not
think
as I
it's
trying to
fair. I think
received
it's
it.
pretty
embarrass you. I just
fair.
want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
position.
I have
Um,
not said.
He's been very fair in
go
this
ahead.
Now, you
debate.
have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved.
I
in
think
death
it's a
terror.
good. I think he's a good source for like.
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
He's a good source for
Can I
like
finish
a
sentence?
Go ahead.
rundown.
Can you give me the
of, like,
context for
news
what
events
you're,
and
are you
current
talking
events?
about?
Because
Like
he
when I
just
say
his
generally
show
speaking, why
touches
people
on
think that Israel's
yeah his
involved?
show touches on a lot of
Okay,
different
where's your
topics,
question?
and they
Yeah,
go boom
do you
boom
have
boom. They
any
have their
positive
take.
evidence
And they go boom boom
whatsoever
boom
that
like all
Israel
around the
killed Charlie?
horn. Different takes,
I
different
couldn't say
angles,
Israel
different
was on the ground and
perspectives.
shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would
Yeah,
say
he's,
that there are various things that we're
yeah.
trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't
So
believe
Giovanni
that
Romo
Tyler
says, I
Robinson
think Candace has so
and
many more.
his
Yeah,
transferee
yeah.
is a
She
convincing
just.
motive.
I mean, she's got her
because
brand,
he was
right?
fired
Candace
up
has her brand
about
and,
politics, which Lance testified that
This is what
never
she
spoke
does,
about
though.
with him,
I don't think this
nor do
surprised
I believe
anybody
that he
that it
was
was going to end up like this.
so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
Like she just made that up.
Because,
Yeah,
it's
but do you have positive evidence?
Exactly, she doesn't have positive evidence,
Like
she just
answer
makes it
like
up.
I said, you don't get to for an
It's
hour
a
and a half
gap.
pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go,
Yeah, I'm done with DayZ
that's
for the
life.
day.
People change their
I'll probably
opinions.
wrap it
I
up.
understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean,
we did a
not
little
even
bit of
that's
DRL. I
everything was
edited
about
my
trying to convince the
server.
public how
I'm
much
trying.
you
I'm
liked
testing
Israel.
So then
some
other
stuff
than
out. Like on, you know, on the
intuition, how do you feel about
DRL
things?
server,
Do
you
you
know
have
that
evidence
healing
Israel
pond.
was involved in killing
I was
Charlie
just
Kirk?
testing that out.
Said, and
I'm
if you're
testing out
watching my show in
the
the context of what I
staffs on
said,
DayZ,
this
like
is the
when
general
they'll
sense of why people think Israel's involved.
if they'll
We don't-
despawn or
nobody
not,
has made
because
the
you can't
claim
store them
that
anymore.
Israelis,
You can't
there were
store
also,
them in
you know,
because
obviously
they're
Joe
they
Kent
take
made the
stats
claim.
take up 11
Well,
by
Joe
11.
Kent, who I think
So
would,
I built a
have the right to assert it,
flagpole and
noted that
just
there were
trying to
12 Israeli cell phones on the ground
do
that
some
day. I think most
experimenting. I
people would
ran
like
through
to
the
probe
tunnels
that,
of
how it
temple.
could
I'm trying to
be
learn the
maybe they were
temple and make like a
students,
map
you know,
of
and
like
they
the
were
internal
Israeli
temple
students in
layout, the
Utah
jungle
that day.
temple.
I
And
would
then
like to
me and a
probe
buddy
that
hopped
narrative because
on
what we've seen after coming from the
high
Israeli
pop
government, the
DRL
Israeli
server.
Prime
We got a
Minister,
couple characters
kind
over
of
on
denying they did it, which wasn't
the
really
Bear
necessary. It was
Crater,
quite
Behringer
busy.
Crater.
The phone call that
And we
happened,
logged out
which no one
and
wants to
started
discuss
watching
in
this.
Hamptons
You should watch for the
the week
beginning though.
prior,
Don't listen to it now.
or
It's
not
really
the
good
week
at the
prior,
beginning.
I think it was
She's
around August
spicy.
5th or 6th that took
It doesn't do
place.
it any favors though.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty
I was
that
up to like
Israel
3 in the
called
morning trying to
the
run
shots, and this is how it happened.
Ready or
but it
Not
is definitively, I think,
level
a thread
that's
that a lot of us
just
would
been
like
the
to
say
bane
there's
of
no
my existence
positive
on hard.
I,
It's so
whatever
hard.
you want to say, however positive,
so I'll
negative,
probably
however you want to
call
say
it
it.
after
I don't
this.
need
Positive
to
evidence
have
is
this
stopping by,
conversation.
though.
Good to see you.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat.
Yeah, Avalon seems
immediately,
really
the day he died,
competitive to
posting
me.
A picture of him with an American
Really
and Israeli
competitive.
AI'd photo. On
I
the
want to
president's
try it.
feed.
So, like I
Doesn't feel
spent so
right.
much
Do you
time
have
on the
any
mall, so I
evidence
feel like
that,
Avalon is kind of like a
Eric
good
Kirk and
balance
Keep
in the
USA
malls.
participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
But it
I've
just
never
seems
said
like
they
you go like
participated in the
from
murder
one
of Charlie
diagonal
Kirk,
to
so
the
how
next
could I say that I
diagonal,
have evidence they
and there's just
participated
so
in the
many
murder of Charlie
open.
Kirk?
There's so
Okay.
many open
So then you don't believe that
views
they
and
did.
long range areas
I
that
never
if somebody
have said that
sees
statement,
you,
so I'm not going to
like,
get
they're
you
gonna
to
hunt you
ask me
down.
personal questions about things.
You
that
know
I've
what I
never
mean?
said
Like
on
there's
record.
so many
fair.
long
Yeah.
angles and
Your team
long
is sending
views.
messages in the back saying they have a video.
He's
they
like
wanna play.
very
Okay, go ahead.
competitive.
I
So
don't know what the video is.
hey, what did you check out the new one? Valsk. Me and my buddy wanted to hop on Valsk, but there was like an 11 queue for it, so we just stayed
Yes,
on
you
Deer
said
Isle.
that there's a video you
Have you
want to
checked out
play.
Valsk Islands? Do you
that
like it?
Candace said
How
she
do you
has
like
full
it?
confidence Israel was
I wanted to
involved.
do that tonight though. It was just like a 11 or
He
12
said
queue.
evidence that they killed him.
Yeah,
I said
dude,
this
I'm
is why
so
people
excited
think
to check it out.
involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
The
clip.
trailer. We
They're
watched the
referring
trailer
to a
too on
clip.
stream. It looks so good.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre.
Yeah, it does look
Fair enough.
creepy.
I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Honestly, I don't think I'm going to be
And,
alive long
I need to
enough.
put that out there with full
I'm going to be
confidence.
alive long enough to find out
And
all the
also
secrets, but it's fun to
I
like
understand.
have a
Yeah.
mission
So
to
you
go
think
for.
you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French
Okay, it's not
Foreign
as
Legion
big.
were on the
Okay,
ground that day.
all right.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go.
See, I
and
don't know that
probe
there's
that
any
information
maps
that I handed
online, so
over.
like you can't
I
look
can't
and
do that. I'm
see.
not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence.
Because you
just asked
haven't
me what I
provided it
think,
yet,
and
Candace.
just tell
You have not
yes, I think
provided.
they are
That's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said,
Yeah, I think that's a part of the
and I am
hardcore
allowed to think.
ness
Yeah,
of
you're
it.
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making
raw
evidence?
survival, no
I have
map,
tons
you
of
just figure it
positive
out.
evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
I'm
Okay.
excited.
So-
Nobody's
Maybe
disputing whether or
TQ
not
just
Candace
down.
is allowed to think. What I'm asking
Later
is,
on this weekend.
What's your issue then? What is your issue
I'll
with
do
this
a video
evidence?
on it. I'll do a
I
stream on it.
think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full
He's
confidence I'm
bodying her.
going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is
All
20
she
minutes
does.
away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full
Yeah,
confidence.
that's all she does,
That's why I
Sochi.
would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through
What
the
justification?
mindset of why it is that you could think
Yeah,
that. would
what's the
I
happen.
actually don't have to
justification?
walk you through why I think.
Yes, you
I
do.
can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now
No
you're moving
way.
towards
She's
things that I have
delusional.
said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
She's
that.
this debate.
delusional.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct
She just
questions.
makes all this
I have
stuff
full
up.
confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained
How
to
do
you.
you
I explained at the
justify it?
beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is
And
ultimately going
France.
to be
How do
proven
you
to have involvement
justify
in this.
that? That's what he's asking.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've
So you're just
explained
allowed
to
to make
you
it up.
my thought process.
Make
I don't need to
claims.
structure it in a sentence. If you
No,
feel like
that's
a
what he's
professor
asking
today,
for.
you picked
What
the
is your
wrong day.
Don't you think
justification?
that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're
Just
basically coming
unjustified
in like you're
blabber.
going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm,
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
Well, you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just
I'm-
don't want to answer questions.
I
Hey,
did
thanks for the
answer your
follow-up
question.
video.
three
I
times.
have
I
about
just didn't say it in the way that you wanted to
5,700
say.
now. You have about
Obfuscate and you run away from it.
over
but I'd
double
like
me.
for
I
you to
went
actually
like
Go through
focus
every
26,
clip that
but I
you
see
guys have
most of it's like
prepared because
adminning.
it's pretty.
We can run.
I
Maybe
think
we
with
can
full
run on there
confidence,
this
people will
weekend if you're
recognize the
down.
strategy that you're trying to
Yeah, we'll
employ.
see.
So let's get
We'll
to the
see.
next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever
Yeah,
clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have
I-
prepared. So
But
let's go.
there,
I'm
but
not
I would
sure
still-
if it'll be that
on this
because of the
point, I
queue,
just want to make sure
or
that you have
if
full
it,
confidence that
if I'm gonna
France and
stick
Israel were
to-
involved in the assassination of
if I'm gonna
Charlie
stick to
Kirk,
Dear Isle.
and you have no evidence for it at all that you give us.
Good
Well, the
evening.
I already did
Bowmaster.
tell you where it came from.
Bowmaster.
Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you.
higher
Yeah, she's
up tell you
100%
that
grifter.
he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from
and
somebody"?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like.
It's
From,
just so
maybe
weird.
maybe
Nobody
they're
can
not the
understand.
correct
I'm just
office
asking
too. I did receive a
questions.
response from
It's just so weird.
Tulsi Gabbard's
I can't
office.
understand.
I don't
We're
think
just
there was
asking
ever any
questions.
investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you
like
didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S.
So
government,
you should
why
answer
are you
directly
not-
as
Yes, it's
possible. I
very
mean, I'm going to
strange
give
to
you
me.
my
You know,
source
so
because that's not possible.
If that's the case, now they
Such a
may respond
grifter.
back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay, I mean that's.
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think
I'm
about
just
that?
asking
Andrew?
questions.
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that
probably
she's
didn't
willing
think
to
it was
She's full of
actionable.
crap.
Is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know?
Bombasta.
We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and
Yeah.
say, "Hey, what's more information?
right,
We're investigating
Sochi.
this," and that didn't
It's
happen, which is
100%
what I
French
raised
and
around
I
that.
can't tell you who.
Especially
Source of
because
the
this was at a
claim.
time where
But
they were
if they
saying
reach
that
out, I'll tell them
they
as
wanted
much
to explore
information
every
as I'm able to
possible
give.
lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send it-
question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when
She just
in
made
terms of
it
any of
up.
the hard evidence that's been
Just
presented,
made
I
it
think
up.
this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Made it
they
up.
won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures,
matter.
details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources? You're
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim
Yeah,
that her
my
sources
sources say
are lying. My
that,
sources claim
everything
that
your
there
sources
is-
say
none of them
is-
believe that
is
there's
the
a conspiracy.
opposite.
My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson
Yep.
was a lone gunman.
I've got
If I
sources
just
that
said
say
was
whatever
hypothetical,
Candace's sources
wouldn't you
say, it's just the
"What?"
opposite.
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other
It's like a bad
day
car
released
wreck.
the content
It's like you just can't
of the
turn
shooter
away.
on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as
Nope.
being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How does it
How was
follow?
that-
Talking to PVD.
How
when
would
I'm
that
good.
legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy.
But that
that's up to
doesn't
you.
follow
You cannot
to
watch my
these
content.
sources.
I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
but I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
Evidencing her claims now.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
Yeah, I just
So
have
you're-
questions.
That's why I
Okay,
said
so I just
Andrew
wanna-
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're
Every time
if
she
you're
looks at
requesting that he
PVD
does do it,
PVD
then
and
that
gives that
seems
little
to infer
smirk.
that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences
They're
are
like
allowed again?
insecure
They
little
never weren't.
smirk.
So that seems to infer that you think that he
You're
owes you
looking for
answers. If that's the
validation.
case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Then aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
the thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
She'll
ground
smirk and
zero.
she'll look
I
at
think
him
I'm
for, like,
ground zero of
validation
people
I
not
think-
trusting
And, like,
Turning Point USA.
I think
affirmation.
that
was
there was
actually
some
kind of a
PR there.
laugh.
See?
I think there was some
She
PR
keeps
there.
doing
Sure,
that.
they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica
Yeah.
actually participated, had foreknowledge of,
Never
or
attribute to malice what you can
facilitated the
attribute
murder of Charlie
to
Kirk?
I'm not going to get
incompetence.
myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How
I
would that
think
get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the
I think
investigating
that she
officers,
believes
I
she's
would seat
right.
them all,
She's just
and
not
I would
smart enough
ask
to understand
questions.
that
I would at this phase.
she's full of
I would.
shit.
Okay,
So,
well, what does
using a
that
I don't think
hypothetical,
she's trying
Does that mean that you do think so?
actively
I think it was not
trying
a
to be
sufficient
this
investigation
difficult. I think she
into
believes that
what is
it makes
what we know
sense in
to
her
be true
head.
of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that
that-
was never considered?
because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just
No, it
hold things up for a
doesn't.
Yeah, they
second.
ruled them out as suspects.
Come on.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People,
You're making this up.
$100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe
It doesn't
that Tyler
follow at all. She just
Robinson
makes it up.
was 100% responsible
made it up.
for the death of Charlie Kirk?
Made
Let's say
it
she
up.
believed it with every fiber of her being.
She
Believed all
inferred
the
it.
evidence because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence
Okay,
coming
well,
in
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do."
100%.
Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird
She's
mannerisms.
just
And
blabbering.
then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that
What
much
is she
confidence 2 months
talking
ago.
about?
And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing.
She just
so
made
this is a
all that up.
conversation
How would that make her complicit?
complicit? And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me.
So was she
it's me,
complicit
her,
in?
Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this
So
forward.
what's he
And now
complicit in?
our
What's
people go
Erica
out and they
Kirk
look
complicit
for
in?
the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made an
I
arrest.
don't understand. How would any of this make her
But
complicit?
how does that
in
mean
what?
her complicit?
Well, I've already told you. She's
haven't.
complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public
How?
into?
She just
this,
makes this
if She
up.
believes
Like,
it.
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed
That's what she
Kirk,
believes
if she
100%
believes
based on the
that,
evidence.
How would
the
that be
overwhelming,
complicit in
compelling
anything?
evidence.
I do.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was
That's
to
what
dice up clips
complicit
and
means.
take
So
it
if
out of
Andrew was
context and make it seem
complicit-
like I said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
PBD
and
thought
when-
that
You
would
don't have,
PBD be
like,
complicit?
infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing?
He's
You probably don't want to
backtracking.
Well,
watch.
It's full of
I'm going to
crap.
go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that there was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was
complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at
Mm-hmm.
the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to
Just
that.
making
I
this
was
up.
getting actually
Spurging.
terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust.
She's
the
just making all this
organization,
up.
and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity,
There's no
before
substance.
anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a
No.
relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running
That's the
around
problem,
for
ladies and
4 days a
gentlemen.
week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life.
She's
that I
just
wasn't
making all this up.
spending
Nobody can verify
any
it.
time
She's just living
getting
in
to know
her own
Erica,
fantasy in her
so
own
So
world.
the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go
don't.
for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
To kill her husband? Yeah.
Sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all
Most
of them
people
are
aren't smart
retarded.
enough to
Oh,
figure
so
that
you're
out.
allowed to just
Most
say
people
stuff.
are too
Who knew?
retarded.
So and
You
what,
just
and by
put-
the
to
way,
not lose
what,
their
what
socks.
dramatically transformed
Most people
your
are too
opinion of
retarded
Erica
not to
after,
change the car in
going to
their
the
oil
headquarters, because
or the oil in their
you
car.
were pretty hostile.
You think people are
about-
smart enough
hostile
to
toward
actually get away with that?
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
Like for
People are too
instance,
retarded to actually
you got
pull that off.
supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad
Yeah, she can
names
ramble with the
and
best of them, dude. And it's
one-
all
and
just
called your husband bad
unverifiable
names.
nonsense. It's
Like,
all
you
her
just-
feelings
you're
and
just like,
vibes.
well, it's-
And I never
no
would have
biggie.
thought that, they
I've
were
never
dating, that they would have
answered
gotten
him on
married.
anything
Why?
that he said.
Why?
I'm saying
What
that
is
you
that?
now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not her
too,
biggest defender.
Do you
She
think,
just
still
makes
think
it
she's
all
too
up.
retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots, talking about the
Still do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what
Slow
happened.
down. She just makes all this up.
Yeah.
So I was
She just
invited there.
makes
to do
these
some debate
claims and
training.
makes it all
That's
up.
literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
See, Candace just
You didn't
makes
sit
this
down and
shit
speak with
up.
Erica?
She
No,
just
I didn't
makes
have,
this
like,
shit
some
up.
Sit down, long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
She just makes it
Yeah,
up.
gave her the hug right
Make
there.
it
My,
up.
my wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I've
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions? And
Yeah, I'm
you're
just
saying
wondering. I
that
just
you
want
walked
answers
into
to
their
questions.
headquarters and reached
Nobody can
out
understand.
And they
It's
instantly-
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that
Yeah.
they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I
and
just
don't
think
have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
To kill her
I just
husband?
think it kind
Yeah,
of shows that
for
Turning
sure.
Point is sending you as
I'm
their
too
horse.
retarded to pull
Well,
anything
I don't
They
like
know
just
that
where
off.
don't have. They don't
Right?
have
Like,
the
I don't know where
courage
you-
to
Come on,
what are
have
you
the
talking about?
conversation.
Like, I don't.
If
There's
they were
nothing wrong
just
with that.
releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer
Do
questions,
you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think?
that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do
You
not
know,
believe
it's easier to
A,
just
that
make shit
you-
up.
that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe
Yeah,
that
you
anything
just
you
make
have
it up.
done is demonstrated that's in good faith. It
Make it up.
demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were
Still am.
were
Still,
critical
yeah,
of Erica.
definitely. He's
and now
always
you're
been
sitting here
critical.
Going,
Well,
He
"Hey,
always
first
is.
I want to interrogate you for
Have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been
about everything you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica."
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you. But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you
Yeah,
think
that
that
still
she's
stands.
dumb and you let's just
Yes,
talk about your
to
record.
pull that
I mean,
off
you're a person that
as a
has
conspiracy
spent time
and
in
fool the
what
entire
most
nation
people would term to be the
and end up blaming
manosphere,
the Jews.
talking about
Yeah,
Kind of.
too retarded to pull it
yeah,
off.
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars,
Okay.
and a lot of the actual
The
so I'm a
traditional
Christian
trad
ethicist.
calling.
I
and then
just
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and
Worldview.
you're like soft explaining
Everything.
away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre
She's just
criticism.
making it up.
Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
Why?
because
She just
Erica's
makes shit up. Why
husband
can't he?
was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's
You just made that
bizarre.
up?
You
Because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and
protect-
they've just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
To
No,
her.
Yes, it is both. It's totally
She's just making
rational
all
and
this up.
reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA.
Oh, she's
that
a
is part of
definite
Charlie
feminist,
Kirk's legacy. He
so
worked his
she-
whole
I
life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
and his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like
didn't-
the
that-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, if that was you, you brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the
That's not her
interesting thing here
decision
is,
to
like,
make.
I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been.
He debates them
and
all
I'm
the
just as
time.
critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from
Yeah, who
to run
cares
that-
what you
to run an
think?
organization.
Sure.
And
Who cares?
on the
Who
more
cares what you
emotional
think?
aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific,
Who cares?
that any woman that would leave her kids
Who
and go right
cares?
into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I understand that you
Who
can have
cares?
those
Who
criticisms.
cares what you think?
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing
She
that
just plays
30-06
fast and
diameter,
loose with
as would
words.
happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked.
She's just making
That was
this
what,
up.
then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just
When
sort
did
of,
she ever
like,
have a
it's completely
beginning
out
of
of
a
context.
sentence?
Wait,
You
I
gotta go
didn't-
watch the
Yeah, I
whole
didn't-
show and
so
read her
it-
books.
But
yeah, I
that's-
think
You have to watch
I
all her
didn't-
shows and
I
read
already
her books
asked
to
you to
know
go back
in
and
like I said,
context.
I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said
Exploring
we're now
the shape
going to look
charge.
at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered road microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell
Yeah,
Farnsworth
none of it makes sense.
is someone
Doesn't make
who
any sense.
made
I'm
me
just
think
asking
that we were
questions.
missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing.
No, it's your
With
theory.
the evidence that we're taking a
She
look
said it was
at
her
and
theory,
what took
right?
place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now
Oh,
introducing
if
this.
that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just
why
asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why
That's not what she said. She said that's
like
my theory now
I'm
too.
in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure-
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to make
is.
sure. Do you think that your alternative theory? Do
I
you
think John
believe,
Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out.
Yeah, I saw the video.
That kills Charlie.
Heard the
At
gunshot
least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like
and the,
looking up towards
the
where
signature.
the gun is being
And
fired.
no
They're looking
explosion.
away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
And
he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
Nothing
I'm
makes
not,
sense.
Because of
It doesn't
air
make
dispersal
sense.
from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this
Huge air
experiment yourself if
shockwave.
you have a rifle.
Mhm.
Take like an empty box
can
of
see it through
ammunition
the heat.
and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
Anywhere.
It can.
Yeah, you can.
It's a
It depends on
shockwave
the
of air.
dispersal.
You 3,000
Depends on how
pounds of
fast.
energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well,
A
it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A
foot
30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's
I
a
don't-
great
Muzzle
question for Brock. I'm going
velocity.
to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
Yeah, right. But
possible. It doesn't go through on
the-
top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
why would that have anything to
Why
do
would
with
they have?
anything?
She's just
well,
making this up.
Did
because-
he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
She's just making
Well,
all
why
this
are
up.
you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna
Because he
tell
knows
you
he
how
explained
projectiles work. He's
physics
not
to
even gonna
you.
I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
not
I'm
only am I
sorry.
not
Oh my
BSing, I'm
God.
telling
I
you
think
the
you're
truth.
just- no, you-
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving
one
in
of your
air,
thing-
air has to move out of way of
Okay,
bullet.
but maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that.
goes
I'd like to say
anywhere.
for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence.
Yeah,
and
she
You
is.
can fact check
It's
it.
complete.
Fact
Your
check if
shirt,
bullets displace
if
air.
not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not
All
underneath
If
the
a
around
shirt.
bullet's
the
this big, and you're
projectile.
telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
cone.
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
The-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate
Mm-hmm.
it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. and then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video
Yeah,
that
but
would
it's
get us to be able
possible.
to
It's
answer
possible.
that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that
It's
he has from the
possible.
front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work.
No, he's
I
asking
presented
you
the evidence of what was
why
in the
you're
car, and I
confident
also
with
at that
compelling
episode that
evidence
you're
to
clipping said John
take this
Bray has
theory
done
as your own
an
now.
unbelievable amount of work on this,
Mhm.
and I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic.
Just go talk to her
that's
source.
the route that I would send you on. For the
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine. That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then I've been told they paved
he
it
did a
over
lot
a
of
couple days
seemings.
later.
He's just making it
Then
up
you get
too.
Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock
I'm just
people by
asking
saying, "Oh, I'm
questions."
just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
I'm just asking
He's actually
questions.
said very little about the explosives there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts.
he observed. He said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and
No,
he's never
he's-
seen a shirt
they
move
could
like that, and
co-host
it
the
looked
show
to him like an
together.
explosive. That's what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel
Not
like
at close
5 minutes
quarters.
ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried
'Cause
air.
you have
and
a
now you're saying you don't
shockwave.
see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it
150 meters
down,
away.
the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your
Yeah.
opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort,
Explaining how they got the samples, and they said respond.
Clips to play.
all right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play,
Okay.
right? And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've
Yeah,
said
it's
this so many
possible.
times. I had to
She's
rewatch
just asking
testimony. It's like
questions.
9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking
Nobody's
about
answering
this.
her
And I think I
questions.
wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like, all right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This
Yeah,
goes
look at
back
that
to a
insecure
previous
little
claim that
cackle.
you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the
She
spokesperson
just makes
for
it up.
USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they
Made it
returned
up.
everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't
can't
say
make
they
it
owe
up.
me
I
something.
could just
don't
make
get
up
that
whatever I
ever
want.
You
unless
can't.
have
my
But
another
you
show.
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning,
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been.
She just
That's
makes it up.
strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just
entire
Doing an internal
if your
critique.
entire
Just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk.
Holding you accountable to what you're
the
saying.
Query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an
She's
inference.
making it up.
creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel
He's
like
not
now
the one
you're
that made
just
the
kind of filling
claim.
the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense,
knowledge,
because
this
turning
is
points
to-
like we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica, and I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not
Assertion
planned any
noted.
gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. That what's not what didn't
yeah,
happen.
You just made it
The
up.
way that you're framing the exchange That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of, hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no.
That's right.
Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
Supposed to
there
be
was
held
overwhelming
accountable.
evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk
Nope.
about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even were.
is your turning points horse.
She
I
just
think
made it
quite
up.
a few
You
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how
That's
many
all
were
she
about
does.
Erica? I feel like
It was
Making it up.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you were asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
They are
our claims were
claims.
too retarded, you go, "That's just whatever," and then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
He's right
Well,
about the claim. by the
Earlier, when
way.
I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
one
point.
7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a
I'm just
question? Are
asking
we-
questions.
Not
She's just
really.
asking questions, guys.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The
But-
contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you
Or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
You just made that up.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you.
She just
And by the
made it
way,
up.
the other thing is like
Let's
I'm
have it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
She already asked
So
her
are you
question.
good with
She had
her
an hour and
asking
a
a
half.
question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Mhm.
You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
She's just asking questions, guys.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twigs
this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
said
towel.
louder. It's fine.
Lance Twigs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twigs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twigs'
Said this-
DNA
repeated this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the
She just
testimony,
made
I
that up.
realized that they
She
didn't
had no
explicitly
idea.
say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text.
so you're
Yeah,
going to
go
read
wa-
it
go
on
read
my
his
show
book.
but not show it.
Correct.
Yeah, go read his
I'll
book.
show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well,
That's what
because
you
I
do.
want to drip out the evidence.
Yeah, because he's just asking
Got to
questions.
drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
Oh,
I'm
it
just
does.
saying, like,
Candace.
yeah,
It does.
I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if if I may ask a question,
No,
is that
you had an hour and a half.
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not
but,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should.
All
Like,
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
I think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't.
Aggravated
I don't have to do it in
murder?
a time limit. There's
It
nothing
is
going
murder.
on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
it carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list
It's a capital
the charges.
first-degree
Yeah,
felony.
I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges
Oh, it's a
are for
firearm. It's
obstruction
not
of
discharge of a
justice.
weapon.
Okay.
It's a
The next
felony
2
discharge
charges
of a
are for witness
firearm.
tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them: obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus
Massive
aggravated
distinction.
murder.
distinction.
This gets to
Murder
the
is
entire
aggravated
crux
murder.
of why him being up for the death
Or
sentence.
aggravated murder is
and
murder.
I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they
No
try
one cares
to
what you
pretend like it's some
think, Candace.
sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being
cares?
principled when you're engaging. And
You're not right.
you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7
She said
charges that are
aggravated
against
murder is
Tyler
not
Robinson
murder.
When you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
And it's not
If
felony
you would
discharge
like
of
to
a
move to
weapon.
final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure
It's felony
Andrew has had
discharge
the
of a
time that
firearm.
he has requested.
I think your team would like to
Causing
pull up the
serious
7 charges
bodily
that he just
injury.
asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up, just to confirm
It's not
the
a
7 you
weapon.
went through.
It's a
Can you guys
firearm.
zoom in a
See,
little
count
bit
2.
for the-
Aggravated
I was
murder,
right.
felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7.
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child.
Yeah.
what
So
I said.
5-6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you
You're just
pulled out your
wondering.
phone
Just
just
asking
before you asked that
questions.
question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication
Okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You
Tell
wanna
me
check my
more
phone?
about aggravated
to do
murder
it,
not being
because
murder.
you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32.
This is
because after that, I
this
don't
is
need to read it.
unnecessary.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
And that was a download for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my
Except
other
tell me
question is
more about how
steakhouse receipt.
aggravated murder is not murder.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the
source.
receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you,
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a
Still
receipt.
doesn't have receipts.
That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt
Yeah.
with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit
It's
card?
like
the answer
saying
is
what
yes.
was someone charged
Is
with
there
battery? It's
proof
like he
that
wasn't charged
that
with
was
battery.
actually his
He
debit
charged with
card that he paid
aggravated
with?
battery.
I think you should follow the person
like,
that
yeah,
is
bro, that's a-
behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
type-
asking you
it's
is
a-
because you always include it in
it's
your
a
timeline
type of
that he
battery.
traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been
Aggravated
building a
murder
timeline
is
with
a
things that we
type
feel are
But is there any
of murder.
actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, "What's the name on this?"
yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned. Drip, drip,
having
drip.
spoken to the owner,
Mm,
that
drip,
the
drip, drip.
evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works.
Drip, drip.
Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
Drip,
I
So
drip,
should
drip.
that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted
asking,
to make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah,
You don't think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is-
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being
Just go watch my show.
somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley,
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state to
second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there.
She just
And
made it up.
The steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you didn't. No, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you don't
that at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
what's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know
What's
what
your
his
issue with
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline,
made
and
it
I'm
up.
going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
Made
you
it
can keep
up.
whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
delivered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury, we had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to not. Whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based.
You just made it up.
It did. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about
Overwhelming
France
means
and,
that he was convinced.
to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Sweet. All right, bye, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. See y'all later.